Greetings, adventurers. Today we're excited to introduce you to a new story, Dark Dice, a horror podcast that blurs the line between actual play and audio drama, where the story is determined by the roll of the dice. Greetings, adventurers. Today we're excited to introduce you to a new story, Dark Dice, a horror podcast that blurs the line between actual play and audio drama, where the story is determined by the roll of the dice. 6 adventurers embark on a journey into the ruinous domain of the Nameless God. They will never be the same again. One of the players is not what they seem after a doppelganger, a creature that can assume the form and voice of whatever it kills, infiltrates the team. As the players are picked off and replaced one at a time, can they figure out who the monster is before it's too late? Can you? In addition to a full-blown fantasy soundtrack with over 30 live medieval instruments and a 40-person choir, sound effects further enhance the story. Here's a quick example of what that sounds like.
The shambler with the jar of liquid inside of him.
Soren Arkwright let loose an arrow that cracked the glass, passing through the spine of the creature. The shambler still managed to maintain its forward momentum, but stumbled as it eagerly tried to bite and swipe at Soren, landing near his feet. As Rowena struck the shambling creature near Soren, she shattered the canister in its stomach, sending its liquid contents spilling to the ground. With a rush of liquid, the small fetus fell too, twitching and moving toward Rowena.
I'm gonna punt you.
Rowena launched the fetus into the mouth of the mimic with a kick.
So if you dare, gamble your sanity and subscribe to Dark Dice however you listen to podcasts, or on Spotify. Dark Dice can also be streamed at darkdicepod.com.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Rise of the Veiled Alliance. Tonight is the second episode of our mega finale, co-DM'd by myself and Chris Hislop, with the epic players from both of our campaigns coming together to save Balic in its time of need. This year, the year 2020, has been very, very challenging. When I look back on it, though, it will have started and ended with this game. This story of politics, alien intrigue, vile magic, pulp adventure, and friendship. It's been very dear to me, and spending time with all of these amazing folks who've been a part of it has honestly been a true joy. However, there is little joy right now in the city of Balic. The Yuan-Ti have invaded the docks by the way of the Silt Sea, led by a Godzilla-sized snake abomination known only as Tiramon. The Tomblador Navy and our heroes Kronkwall, Kita, and Rickus fight a desperate battle with little support. Elsewhere, House Jarko has unleashed the gladiatorial arena's monsters on the city, creating chaos in the streets. Amidst that chaos, the treacherous Taruk of House Jarko leads its rebel forces to march on the Ivory Palace. So, we have civil war and an alien invasion. But despite all of the bloodshed, small hopeful flame flickers as the allies of the Veiled Alliance fight against the odds to save their city, and maybe the entire world. For thousands of years, ever since the sorcerer-kings ruined their world with their defiling magic, it's been said that there's no heroes in Athos. Tonight, for better or for worse, we will find out if that is true. So let's begin our story. Bill and Toby, my friends, welcome back to Dark Sun.
Thank you.
Hello. How are you all doing? Are you ready? Feeling good?
I'm stoked because the last I left this, Orson was dead. So, I mean, I'm more than happy to get back into costume to be dead because I'm a good team player. But well, I'm excited because my head wasn't here when we left.
How are you doing, Toby?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Don. It's lovely seeing Bill again, and of course yourself. And what you were saying about in the intro about the start of the year and the end of the year, and oh, what a year! It almost made me cry, Don. It was very touching, and I couldn't agree more. It's been wonderful playing and meeting you all, playing with and meeting you all, playing some of it.
Same. And I think I'm pretty sure this is the first time that the two of you have played together since season 1, right? When we first met Horson in a flashback episode, like 14 years ago in our story. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Well,
from what Horson's gathered, possibly the only person to like Rysar?
Absolutely
Gulag
not
like
true.
Rysar. Gulag was the other one. The only one still alive, maybe. So you meet in dire times, and this is the sort of the scene as we start tonight. Rysar, you have entered into the Undercity beneath the Criterion using the secret tunnel that you knew about from your days as Praetor of the Arena District. And there you fought a Yuan-Ti spy, assassin. You scorched it. You burnt it to a crisp. But you did so using preserving magic. And that preserving magic had a side effect. And as you searched for the source of this side effect, you found a secret passage, opened a stone wall. And within that wall, a small chamber. Only light is the light from the torch outside, flickering in. And laying in a pool of his own blood, you saw Horson there on the ground. Horson, what do you think the moments in between when we last saw you and now have been for him? Where's he been? Or where does he think he's been?
His last conscious moment was struggling through poison to act, being unable to act. And as the blood was leaving his body, how he was helpless and let everyone down. and then it went dark.
In that darkness, just a moment before your eyes flutter open, you take in air, and you know instantaneously from the burning in your lungs that you are alive. You hear a voice. It's not Rysar's voice. It's Nadia's voice, Dia's voice. She simply says your name. And within your mind, she shows you two images. You see first the image of UNT ships in the harbor, trailing behind a massive UNT that you fought before. You have fought Tiraman. You faced it in Ultarup. It rose from beneath the earth. It's part of what killed your friend. That's the first image, and you can see the House Tomblanor Navy and Kronkwall and Rickus and Kita. You see them fighting on the docks as well because you've met them before. Then there's a second image. This image is of a peak high up on Mount Laeron. This is the eastern mountain that borders the city. At its peak is a massive statue of the dragon of Athis, this long-tailed, curved, beak-nosed, dragon-scaled beast, massive claws. It's a terrifying image, and at first, it almost looks alive, and then you realize it's a statue. At the statue's base, slithering around in a circle, is a series of maybe 11, 12, 13 UNT dressed in strange alien robes. Think like Flash Gordon. They've got like sharp shoulder blades and weird colors and symbols on them. They seem to be doing some sort of ritual. And tied to the foot of the dragon statue, you see in black toga Caledon, the head of House Tomblador, tied with a crimson metal chain to that foot, and on his head, the ivory crown of Caesar. Then that image ends, and your eyes open up. You take in that breath, and how would he see Rysar standing over him, Toby?
Sort of curious expression on my face, looking down. Horson.
He pushes himself up, gets one leg on the ground, pushes himself up off of that leg, looks confused, and you can see an element of distrust and anger. And then he vomits, gets up, wipes it off. Is this what happens when you die?
I wouldn't know. You were dead.
I thought so. Lost all hope. Bleeding out in the ground.
It's good to see you.
He squints his eyes. It's good to see you. Where? He crosses his arms. Where did we meet, Risa?
Where did we meet? As memory serves, in the desert outside of Tyr, heading towards the city. And we went, I think, was Gulag there? I think Gulag was there, I can't remember, but Taruk was certainly there. the caravan, and we were attacked by some sort of things, and I sent my familiar over, and then we went to a temple. Just you and I, no one else. And what I would like to ask you, old friend Horson, is what we saw at that temple.
Do you still have your staff?
Yes, I do.
He'll point at the ball at the top of the staff. I can tell you found that there. And a fallen king who told you about the genocide of his people.
Queen, if I remember correctly. But...
Well, I thought this was a pass-fail situation.
I have missed you beyond words, Orson. I would
I'd
love...
hug you, but the last time I hugged someone, they shoved a dagger in me back. And then he'll turn around and show the wound that's probably like black and blighted from the poison blade.
Every knife wound has this sort of like black and purple bruise, but also there's some sort of sickness there, some sort of poison effect on the skin. You don't know if that'll ever go away. You still feel your wounds worsen, even though they've healed somewhat. You feel energized, but you're not 100%.
Yeah. Now, I've always looked up to you as a smart, resourceful individual. I'll give you a couple guesses as to who did that.
My hope would be a UNT in disguise. My suspicion would be High Praetor Nadia.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, no. There's none of those.
Oh.
It was Taruk.
That would have been my third guess. You were aware we were sent on a mission to, my belief was to kill Caesar. Well, when it came time to strike the killing blow, Cronquil, who a turtle I don't believe you've met,
Oh, I have.
protected. Ah, very well. When?
Something pulled me into the land within the wind or something, and I fought with Gulag and Rickus and Peter and a talking ship, a large, had so many arms, and it was tough. And then Gulag
Did
hit
you
it
get my
in its mouth.
message, Orson?
Yeah, I had questions about that too, but I was one thing at a time. Is he truly gone?
Yes.
What happened?
He protected our passage as we left the chamber of the UNT on the Moon Guthay as the... do you know of... Well, it doesn't matter. A Genasi by the name of Keita killed Caesar. He saved us, undeniably. He gave up his life for ours.
And it was Taruk that sent you on this quest with him.
Taruk told me to kill Caesar. Taruk apparently told Cronquil to save Caesar. So I did consider having a word with Taruk. However, I wonder if he is a UNT infiltrator, or if
He is
there
not.
is a version of him.
I
Is
can
he just a
verify
bastard?
that he is Taruk, and he sold out the city for power. A promise from whoever that name was lives on that moon. Promise him Balic in exchange for cooperation.
I believe this High Praetor has made the same agreement. It was offered to me as well. I had Cronquil help me to tear its presence from my mind. I see an opportunity here, Horson, friend Horson. My quest from the Elven Queen is complete. The Slayer of Elves is no more. I remember your only wish, well, back when we were a bit younger, and it was to have your own house, your own gladiatori. If Taruk needs removing, it would be a waste of a fine house. Perhaps we should go visit him.
Perhaps we should. I'd like to seek out someone else. I've got a student who's in a vision. I saw their father was murdered. The name was on a wall, it was crossed out, and Taruk was there. And I'd bet that he's behind it. And they deserve an opportunity at vengeance as well.
You have a student, a gladiator, or a...
Combat. I don't know if I'd set them up in the ring, but they've got a unique set of skills. I think they're nobility of some sort, so you may know them.
What's their name?
Marilla.
Oh, by the gods, Marilla? Yes, well, they always said they were part of the nobility, but, I mean, their dinner party etiquette leaves something to be desired, I can assure you.
I think their dad's kind of an asshole. Wouldn't even shake my hand, can you believe that?
So Marilla's father is dead by the hands of Taruk.
It's what I saw. I can't verify if magic works in weird ways, you know. So it could be a lie.
Well, no, it makes sense. I mean, Taruk was always the social climber, and Marilla's father was the head of House Akacha, which is one of the oldest and most conservative of the houses, so it would put them at loggerheads, certainly. Very well, it would be very good to see Marilla again. Although I did see them in the Land Between the Winds as well. It's strange how we were all drawn there. Very well, do you know where they are?
I was hoping you would.
I know where their house is. I could send a message to them and ask.
All right. Now, next, do you know where Taruk is?
I came here looking for all of you.
They were here. They had a camp. They were training. My wife was here. I don't know where they are now.
You said he was going to the Ivory Tower. Is he leading an attack against House Tomblador?
If there's something to gain for him, I would bet that's where he is.
We could go and look, or I could send him a message also and feign loyalty. He may try to use me. Or I could try and summon a familiar and send it around. But it would take a while.
You think you can get me in a room alone with him?
Well, in your present state, I think that would be a terrible idea.
Oh, you'd
Honestly,
be surprised.
I do not know, but if we can find out where he is, I'd bet in our favour, old friend.
I would too. Definitely if Merila was on board.
Do you know why House Wavir is fighting our house? Is it because of Taruk's betrayal?
I think they view House Jarko as a rebellious force gathering members of the citizenry to fight back. But I do know that when we were in Altaruk, there was an election, and someone from House Wavir got elected.
As
Shipped down to Balic as a representative of something. You know I'm no good at this politics stuff.
No, Horson, I know.
I thought the word
Yeah.
praetor was some sort of vegetable until you told me otherwise.
It's probably based on one. Very well. I've met a few praetors in my time. Wouldn't surprise me. I feel we should work towards these mutual goals. Let us, like you say, find Luxmerilla and mayhaps avenge her father, and at the same time avenge all of us upon Taruk the traitor. However, let me be clear, my larger goal here, as well as to get my good old friend Horson along his quest of having his own gladiator house, will be to rally House Jarko into the fold against the UNT, for I see the UNT as the number one threat to Balic. I can also try and get some help from the local elves, though whether they will or won't is another question.
The UNT, we've encountered him several times in our trip up north. I didn't think it was this big. And yes, I agree.
Yes.
But we cannot have someone like Taruk waiting until we're weak to stab us in the back again for his own gain, because they are clearly in league together.
It seems that
Two
way.
heads of the same snake.
Yes, it's becoming something of a Medusa, in fact, or a Hydra. Then let us see Luxmerilla and avenge their father. If you're
Right,
agreed.
I'm agreed, and I just want to say thank you, and this, and you helping to save my brother. I owe you two now.
Rysar holds his arms out for an embrace.
I
Friend.
did tell you what happened the last time I hooked someone, right? And he points to that wound in his back
And
again.
I brought you back from that, all right? Look. Oh, and he realizes he's still got his obsidian dagger in his hand. I'll just put that away. There, come on. Big man. Hey.
Right. Okay,
Awesome.
coming.
Come on.
Okay.
Bring it in.
I'm big, you're skinny. Let me... Okay, this takes finesse. And he'll move in and get his arms underneath because he's always got to have the underneath in a hug.
I think it goes on a bit longer than it would normally. And maybe even there's a single little tear drops down Rysar's eye as he embraces his old friend, his last remaining friend. And then he lets go and pushes you away.
Two of you return to the surface of the city and go looking for Marilla or Taruk. Is that the idea?
Actually, I want to... If I recall from the battle that I had down here, I knocked a dagger out of Taruk's hand. I would like to find that dagger.
It's laying there on the stony floor. It's there.
I'm going to pick it up and put it in my waist garment girdle.
All right. You can note on your character sheet in your inventory, obsidian dagger of deadly venom, which I can write in there later. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But you make a note. And anything else before you head up to the city to go looking?
Actually, I'm aware that the UNT spy was collecting essentially documents. So I want to sort of ask Horson if this means anything, if we should take these things, if we should protect them or hide them.
Well, if there's papers that we can use against Taruk to provide evidence for any other parties that may need convincing, sure. But I don't expect to put Taruk on trial. I hope to rip his arms off and beat him to death with them.
We are agreed. Horson might also notice that Rysar has like a sort of sack hanging on his belt. It's approximately head-sized, which is just it probably smells a bit. But
I've got. I mean, we can catch up. Oh, what's that in there? And he points at the sack.
Horson, you are going to fucking love this. Like, open it up and show Caesar's decapitated head.
And it just looks terrible too. And it's decaying. It smells awful. Like the blood has drained out of the bottom of it because it's been decapitated. So like the skin is all like sunken in. It's gross, but it's Caesar.
Oh fuck yeah! That's fucking nice. Yeah. You did it.
The Elven Queen.
You did it.
Well,
Now,
technically not.
I'm giving you credit. You could take it.
Well,
I'm sure you had something to do with it, with all your words and charm.
You know me. I'm an honest type, Horson. And I think Rysar will actually do that laugh about such a blatant bullshit line as they sort of start heading off.
You said that weird. And then he brings up his left hand to scratch the side of his face, and then you realize that his left hand doesn't look like the left hand that you remember. His left arm is cragged red stone with little red drips bleeding out of it. totally doesn't look like something a mole should have attached to them.
How's your arm there, Horton?
It's heavy. We say that get used to it. Works normal. Just throws off my balance a little bit. It happened actually. He pulls out the wand. We were on a ship with a guy he had tentacles on his face, and we raided the back area, and I touched it with this, and then it turned into this. So it was interesting, and then he'll put it back in his thing, for emergency purposes.
Rysar just pops down, picks up his elven longblade, which was knocked out of his hand in the battle. Just carries on walking towards the trapdoor.
All right. Now, when you ascend to the city, the monsters that were outside of the Criterion, you come out the south side of the Criterion from underneath, back to the city streets. The monsters have dispersed, and you can see that there's a monster in an alleyway over here fighting a few House Wabir soldiers, mercenaries. Another one up on top of a building fighting with a couple of archers. And as you go looking for Marilla and Taruk from behind you, from the direction of the docks, there's an incredible explosion and a bright flash of white light. Both Horson and Rysar would hear in their heads a familiar voice just for a moment. "You got it, boss." And you can see black smoke rising from the direction of the docks, screams from that direction. That's to the north. To the south, as you come out to the street, you can see a line of House Jarko gladiators, a couple of Thrycreens skittering through the streets, marching along the southern road in the direction of the Ivory Palace of the Megalenion. Two different directions, two different battles. Where do you go?
I would like to send a message to Lix Merilla. And I would like to say, Lix Merilla, hope you are well. In the city with Horton. Where are you? Coming to help avenge your father and chat dinner party.
All right, so as you send this message and there's fighting in the streets to the south, you can't hear who the House Jarko soldiers are fighting, but there's definitely fighting in that direction. And there's a battle far to the north in the direction of the docks. You send this message out. We're going to cut away here, and we're going to go check in on Lux Marilla and what they're up to not too far away in the city streets. Sam. Hello, welcome back to Dark Sun.
Hello.
Hello. So, the last time we saw Marilla, they became the leader of House Acacia. They reunited with their father, Lord Lucius, who they learned was alive. And they learned who has been hunting their household, who has been killing their family members, who's been acting against them. And it is Taruk of House Jarko. With that information, Marilla, you took a little stop in the study to gather some of your father's orbs and you headed off alone, not with your guards, not with Van, out towards the city to find Taruk. And we rejoin you now. Day has dawned. With the coming of the dawn has come chaos to the city. You can hear it as you move down the hills of the Villa District towards the center of the city. And as we rejoin you, you now are just at the edge of the arena precinct, and you've been able to see below that there's fighting in the precinct. You can see here and there from above your vantage point, Thry-Kreen and other gladiators engaging with soldiers who wear the ivory and black armor that belongs to House Tomblador. I'm wondering, what if somebody were able to see Marilla? I don't think anybody can, but if somebody were able to see Marilla, what would they look like in this moment?
Simple robes, no adornment or sigil. Hood and cloak over the head. Look like pretty much anybody. Someone with an educated eye might notice bulges at their hips that indicate some kind of items and weaponry, but kept under their cloak so the pickpockets can't get at it.
And what is their approach? What are they doing? How are they trying to pursue their objective here?
They're going to duck back into an alley of no consequence, a few blocks away from the loudest of the fracas, and take a look around from a higher vantage point. Start to scout.
As your familiar quarry soars and swoops around up above, roll me a perception check.
Mm-hmm.
Or investigation.
Oh, thank you. 22.
Ooh, that's really good. There's going to be something I'll give you at the end here for free, but with a 22, I'll let you ask 3 questions. What are 3 things that you want to know about what's happening below?
Where do I see Taruk? It's the first thing that does come to mind.
Of course. And it just so happens that you do, as Quarry swoops around a taller building in this area of the arena district that maybe it looks like once upon a time it might have been some sort of temple long since fallen into disuse. There are no gods worshipped in Balic anymore, at least not legally. And as the bird swoops around this tall structure, you can see below there's a throng of Thry-Kreen at the front of this group of gladiators, and a throng of archers of different... they don't look like gladiators, they look like civilian militia, firing beyond the Thry-Kreen at the Tomblador soldiers who are falling back. They're falling back towards the hill that would rise up and lead to the Megalenion. It would lead to the Ivory Palace. So currently, House Tomblador is being routed, and just behind that throng at the fore of House Jarko's forces in the streets, you see Taruk riding on the back of an Inyx, which is this long, think very, very large alligator with a leather seat strapped to it. He's rocking back and forth. He's shouting out orders. You can see Utak, who you've met before, one of the head guards of House Jarko, a Thry-Kreen, kind of protecting his side. He fights off a couple of Tomblador soldiers and pushes one through a barrel, crashes. They are knocked unconscious. And there's more soldiers behind him too, so he's sort of in the center here, in the middle, not directly fighting himself.
What are the notable features of the environment nearby him? Any high ground atop a building I could look down from? Anything I could use to my advantage?
So most of the homes here are homes, single story, stone homes with various cloth draped over top to cover the windows and keep the silt out. But there is both that larger, sort of almost obelisk-shaped tower. It's maybe 4 stories tall. And there's also a much larger building halfway down the street, not where he's at yet, but where he's going towards. It looks like it's an inn or a tavern of some sort. It's a 2-story building with a flat top.
And what's the biggest obstacle between me and Taruk that I should concern myself with?
Most of his soldiers seem to be driving forward, and the longer you watch from above, the more you can tell that he's really not pushing forward himself. He's sort of like calling out orders and hanging behind, letting the fighting happen in front of him. It could be Untak, who's fighting at his side. Untak seems less concerned with fighting House Tomblador and more concerned with protecting flank, protecting Taruk.
Understood. I'll start to move parallel to the flanking path I eventually wish to take. Ideally, the one opposite Ntak's attention, positioning. You can only guard one flank of the other, the 2 of them at least. So I'll start moving that way, but keeping distance along that path.
Perfect.
A couple rows.
Make me a stealth roll, and I'll tell you the last thing you see and what happens next, sort of before you start moving, is from up above, you can see the battle that's taking place far on the north side of the city. You're not really sure what exactly is happening there, but you see large plumes of black smoke rising. And even this far away, even all the way on the other side of the city, you can see looming up around the area of docks, a massive snake. You've seen this snake before. Even from this distance, you recognize Tiramon.
All right. Okay.
You know what your stealth roll is.
Oh, heavens, a million. That's 17 on the dice plus rogue stealthy numbers.
A million.
Yeah, it's a million. I have 28.
You are, as always, a shadow. But as you're moving parallel, right, and you cross a building, you lose sight for a second, and then you get sight again, and you lose sight for a second, you get to the next alleyway, and you have sight again. You hear in your mind a familiar voice reaching out to you, speaking directly to you. You recognize that it's Rysar's voice, and here's what it says. You hear that message in your mind, Marilla, and you can do whatever you like, but you do have the option to send a short reply if you wish. But you don't have to.
Would love to see you. At the Arena District. Eyes on Ratty. Look forward to etiquette.
Wonderful. You can hear a great explosion from somewhere far to the north, but the reverberations of it rock the walls of the homes here. Part of the ceiling of a building, a ramshackle building that you're behind right now, falls down and crashes to the ground next to you. You're able to move and use your stealth to not be spotted in that moment. You can hear a horn sounding. Sounds like it's coming from the direction of the Megalenion. It's a low horn that you've probably heard before when like giants would attack the harbor and House Tomblador would rally its troops to the harbor to defend against the giants. It's a Tomblador horn.
Calling them back, urging them forward. Last I saw, it looked like the Jarkos were routing them. Still good?
They're definitely being routed and overwhelmed. Every time you cross an alleyway, you see more and more wounded or dead House Tomblador soldiers in the alleyway or on the streets.
It's very frustrating that House Jarko are on the right side of this. There are many other Jarkos. They'll sort it out, I'm sure. I'm going to use Corey's sight to keep an eye on Taruk, see if an opportune moment presents itself. If it does before my associates arrive, I will take the moment, but I'll give them a bit of time if they want to help, especially since Brysaw apparently has Wilson.
There is, before you see any sign of Rysar or Horson, an opportune moment, a surprise attack, not of House Tomblador, but from a wild, rampaging beast that crashes through a building and smashes through several of the House Jarko gladiators. You've seen a creature like this before, or at least the psionic image of one a long time ago, but the real thing is much larger. This is maybe 11 feet tall, white-furred ape with 4 arms. And where it should have a skull, an upper skull above its eyebrows, is just a throbbing brain. And as this creature smashes through the wall and picks up a Thry-Kreen and throws it across into an alleyway and smashes another Thry-Kreen with a backhand, Utak turns and spins, and he draws in one of his arms a chakram, a metal chakram. And in 3 other arms, he draws 3 spears, and he's jabbing the spears at this beast, trying to fend it off, using the chakram to bounce off of walls, cut into it from behind. Utak seems entirely distracted, and the Inix, the lizard that Taruk is riding, it's struck by a blow, and in doing so, for a moment, Taruk is sent flying off the Inix to the street, picks himself up, and he smooths out his silk robes, purple, now dusty, and snorts, begins to step forward, going to rejoin and remount the beast. There's chaos for a moment.
I take a large orb from beneath my cloak.
A large
I believe
orb.
I believe I need to make a rather hefty spellcasting ability check for this.
Yeah. Okay. So you've stolen or collected. You've collected so many orbs over the course of this campaign. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
All right. What is the spell that you're trying to cast?
Disintegrate.
All right, so this is the largest of the spell orbs that you have, and like all of the orbs, there's two spells, the runes carved into the obsidian of the orb, one in a spiral around one half, and then if you were to flip it upside down, you could read the runes in a spiral around the second half. So to cast the spell, you sort of turn the orb in your hands, repeating the words, going through the motions. This is a very powerful spell. It's going to require an Arcana check, and it's a DC 16.
I would like to use my inspiration.
I forgot you still had it. Yes, absolutely. This is amazing. Okay, so you cast the spell, and Taruk is the target.
It's a 16 on the die. So before my modifier, I got it.
Yes. All right, so he's going to make a saving throw here.
Yes.
And it's a DC 16 saving throw. Oh, goodness. My heart is pounding. He does have a very good dexterity, but I'm going to give him disadvantage at least, since you're coming at him. He doesn't see you coming at all. There's no way you would see this. But with disadvantage, he rolls a 20. He rolled a 20 and a 24. So, Marilla, this is the most powerful magic that you've ever worked. And you're not at the point where you can do this yourself without this rune, this orb. The way that the orb works is that as you read the runes, the sigils disappear around that half. You still have the sigils on the other half since you failed. But the result of this is that from you is unleashed this incredible wave of crushing force. The only visibility that it really has is that the air distorts around this beam that goes straight towards Taruk. And at the last moment, he feels his fur on the back of his large, broad shoulders start to move with the wind changing, and he just twists and spins, barely dodging this disintegrate spell. The disintegrate strikes the Onyx that he had almost remounted. Go ahead and roll me the damage.
76.
The Onyx, this large beast, just is blasted apart in a cloud of pink dust. And within that dust, as it's collecting on Taruk's brown and blonde, where Dia dyed it, fur, he spins around looking for the source of this attack. And he sees you in the alleyway because you cast a spell. Maybe he doesn't know it's you, but he knows the direction the spell came from. And there's just a ratty smile at the corner of his lips as he reaches down and draws a scimitar, gives it a spin, draws a dagger in his offhand, gives that a spin, begins moving towards the alleyway. Marilla, what do you do? He's not going to reach you before you have another action.
I'm going to hide, and I'm going to cast Shadow Blade.
Excellent. All right, make me a stealth roll. He's got a decent passive perception, but I don't think there's any way you can not succeed in this.
23.
Yep, that'll do.
All right.
So where would you hide in this alleyway? Like, what would Marilla use for their cover?
Mirla gets very low. There are a couple bales of hay that are stacked to the side of a house. I think maybe there's some kind of a creature that once was not far, a hitching post or something. And so Merla drops to their belly and holds this arcane swirling blade in their hand as they wait for Taruk to pass. So they'll be able to get up behind him.
Absolutely. And you see the large footsteps, the muscular, furry legs of Taruk as the purple robe, his fancy silk robe, sways with every step. And step, 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 he moves right past you and then stops. You can hear him. Hello? Who do we have here?
When he's facing just the wrong way, I would like to slice up his Achilles and up his stupid robes and up his stupid leg.
Oh. All right, go for it. You have advantage on this attack, the first one.
That's good. 22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Lovely. Thank you. Let me grab some extra dice.
You get so many dice now.
30. 30.
With the shadow blade.
Yes, so 11 of that is psychic. Or possibly all, depending on how you count sneak attack dice.
Yeah, I usually say whatever the normal attack was. It's just more of that. So you do slice up into the tendon and cut into the robe. Taruk screams in pain and begins to spin around as though he's just going to strike blindly. But you still have a bonus action.
I hide again, because that action would have revealed my position. So, swirling back into the shadow.
Excellent. All right, maybe another stealth roll.
Yes. 17.
17's enough. So Taruk, as he whips around and just swings wildly, looking around, Marilla, you're still able to pull back and away. He doesn't see you, and he's hissing. He runs back towards the street, back towards the end of the alleyway, possibly opening himself up to an opportunity attack if you would take it.
I will.
Excellent.
I'm hiding and I'm attacking from the shadows with the shadow blade, so I roll with advantage.
Yep.
And that's 18 to hit.
Yeah, that's just enough to hit.
$24.
All right. Are you striking him? Did you imagine this is like in the back?
Yes. He's running like a coward.
With the force of your second cut into his back, he tumbles forward, a little clumsily, but still kind of rather gracefully, rolls over his shoulder and comes up to a knee, and he twists his neck around, now able to see you. because you don't have the bonus action to hide. And he smiles from his position about 15 feet away from you, closer to the end of the alley, and says, Lux Perilla. Well, I didn't know you were this capable. You can see that he's reaching into his robes as he smiles at you.
Last mistake you'll ever make.
We'll see about that. And then, from within his robes, 2 daggers flicked out, spinning towards you. Let's see here. 26, which is really good. And 11. 11 is not as good.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the daggers will hit. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, hate that. Ooh, my dice does not. 18 plus 1, 19.
Excellent. All right, so you won't take the secondary effects of this, but you will take 9 piercing damage and 9 poison damage. And I imagine that one of these daggers is thrown directly at the center of your forehead. One of them thrown at your leg. And it's the one that's thrown at the leg that actually catches. And where this blade sticks into your thigh, you can feel poison coursing like fire through your veins. But before we find out what happens next, I want to catch up with Orson and Rysar, see where they are and what they're doing in this moment so we can sort of position them as well. So Toby, Bill, welcome back.
Hi.
All right.
Thank you.
So you left behind hey, we're all together. You left behind the Criterion. You sent this message to Marilot, and you got their reply. So you know exactly where to go. But I am curious, how do you approach this situation in this throng of Jargo gladiators and civilian militia? What's your sort of approach here through the city streets?
I think bold, like just striding through. I'm like local praetor of the old days anyway, pre-uprising. Both Horton and myself are known House Jarko folks. Unless Horton stops me, I'm just Rysaring it along.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that's a great idea. Let's do it. Strut. We got to strut.
So the idea is to strut, like just join the throng, like you belong there, right? Because you know,
100%.
Kind of do, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And what is it? What is your approach here? Because as you join this throng, you know, probably somewhere towards the middle, you can actually see maybe a block ahead of you is rocking on the back of an Onyx. You can see Taruk about a block ahead of you, and there's some gladiators, some Thry-Cream between you and he. You can see Ntak there as well. And we'll say about the time that you join the back of the throng, that's when the Phalar, that 4-armed creature that Rysar, you faced briefly in the Criterion not too long ago, comes crashing through a wall and begins to smash into gladiators. Taruk tumbles off of the Onyx.
There is a 100%. As soon as Rysar sees it, he just stops dead still for a second and is like, oh shit, it's not still after me, is it?
It has your scent.
Yeah, exactly. But then I guess as it goes past and attacks a different part, I'm like, it's fine, Horson. I've faced those things before.
Yeah, well, you must have handled it easily with that kind of confidence, so it's impressive.
Yes, I did, yes. Now.
We should have got you in the arena.
It was actually in the arena I faced. Anyway, we mustn't get distracted.
You'll be a big money maker because you look so weak, but then you win, and that's something I feel people would watch.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of win if surviving is winning. I've won so far.
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah.
As you say this, the body of a human gladiator goes flying over your head and crashes through. We'll say like a apple cart that's sitting on the side of the street.
Oh, that dude's apples just got messed up.
You've seen Taruk up there.
I know Rysar has Horson.
You saw Taruk up there, but when you look now, you don't see Taruk on top of the Enix.
He must be in that area.
How tall is Horson? Are you like standing? Because I know moles are half dwarf, half human, right?
It's the human size with the dwarf girth. So he's about like 6'4".
Oh, that's very big for a human. Okay, so you are kind of like towering above the crowd.
I think we established in the flashback that he was an inch shorter than Rysar.
Oh, I'm 7 foot tall.
Okay, then.
So you're 6'10".
Well, I mean, in the U.S., it's 12 inches for a foot. So
6'11". Sorry. I'm dyslexic, so you know, you're taking the piss out of my learning disabilities. Okay. Fuck you, guy. 6'11". Yeah. Okay. You are extremely tall. Okay. Let's try and be discreet. And Rysar's just sort of like trying to lower down a bit as he's striding through the. He doesn't want Taruk to see him before we get eyes on him again, basically.
Okay. What's Horson's approach?
Not that. He's hellbent. He's on a mission, and he's not going to be stopped.
Okay. Rysar, you can roll me a stealth roll, and Bill, you can roll me an athletics check.
Finally, my speciality.
Oh God, I've got terrible stealth.
All right, that is a 20 for athletics. Which you see the other one too.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 6.
So to be fair, like Horson's probably drawing more attention to you, Rysar, as you're trying to lower yourself down and stay inconspicuous. Horson, you're just pushing gladiators out of the way, pushing soldiers out of the way. There's a rampaging. It's a Crodlu is like running in the opposite direction. Its rider completely missing, just stamping, rushing straight towards you. How do you deal with your 20 athletics with this charging Crodlu?
And
just
Crodlu,
like ostrich.
Yeah. Okay. Does it come charging at me?
Yeah, it's like running right towards you and Rysar.
He's going to boldly keep stepping, looking at where Taruk was to see if he can gather anything, and then out of the corner of his eye, he sees this Crodlu coming right at him, and he'll take a wide step with his left leg, and with his stone hand across his chest, just backhand this Crodlu in the direction that he's not going. So using its momentum against it, and with a solid slap.
You knock the Crodlu out with the force of your slap. It goes crashing to the ground, fast asleep. And as you clear the path, an incredible burst of energy, you can't see it, but you can feel it change the air around you, strikes the Inix that Taruk was riding, and the beast turns to red mist, pink mist immediately. And that mist is settling in the air, and you can see Taruk duck into an alleyway.
Untak is still there, correct?
If you look around for Untak, you will see that Untak is skittering towards the alleyway as well, but he's turned his upper body and his 4 arms, 3 of which are wielding spears, one of which is wielding a chakram, to face you, and he's got eyes on the both of you right now. He spotted you.
Am I able to communicate with Untak like how we did before?
Yeah, you can talk to Thrycreen.
Can I? And Thrycreen is a language I have as well in my character sheet. But can I show images?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the proper way to communicate with Thrycreen. Usually, showing images or emotions.
I want to show him the image of the moments before Taruk's and I's embrace, and then the subsequent actions, and then me going unconscious. I want to show that snippet, that highlight.
He pauses in front of the alleyway that Taruk's ducked into and turns his head, kind of cocks it to the side. His mandibles clack twice. And first off, roll me a persuasion check, Orson.
Is it too late to use bonus action to adopt that persona that I've manifested of?
Nah.
So I can.
It's your build. Yeah, go for it.
Persuasion, and so my strength modifier is going to get added to this. So that's going to be a 27.
Okay. All right, so he stops and he clacks his mandibles and he speaks to both of you, Horson and Rysar. You hear Ntak's voice inside your head, strained. But why would Taruk do this?
He sold us out for power. He made a bargain with the snakes. He will be the king of Balic if they win.
Then to you, Rysar. Praetor Rysar. What do you decree must be done?
Taruk must die.
You can feel a wave of sorrow as he transmits psionically what he's feeling to the both of you, and you see memories, flashes, images, not moving, but images in your mind. Memories of Ntak. He was a very young Thrycreen, caught by a monster, a large cave outside of the city, and Taruk breaking into that cave, fighting this gargantuan, 6-legged ant-looking beast, slaying it, bringing Ntak back to the city. You see images of them in the Gladiator, the arena, the Criterion, fighting side by side. You see memories that you would be familiar with too, when the 4 of you and 5 makes Gulag were together in that oasis when they first met Rysar. And that's the last image that you see. Ntak lowers his three spears, still looking at you.
Horson would reply, "It hurts me too. But family is a choice you make every day. Until you don't. You will always be welcome with me, Untak. I will always treat you with respect, and I will never betray you.
There's another strange wave of emotion. Something like gratitude mixed up with regret. And Doc spins the chakram, which is hollow in the center, the weapon of a Xena warrior princess, basically, around one of his arms, and it spirals down to one of his joints, and he locks it into place. And he sidesteps the alleyway, raises his 3 spears to fend off anybody else who might be trying to come in, but he clears the way.
Horson's gonna look over to Rysar. You know Taruk's gonna make you an offer.
I work for Balic.
Me too. And Horson's gonna stride forward.
Rysar following.
All right. Let's find out what's happened in the alleyway. We return to Luxmerla. Merla, it is your turn. You have a poison dagger in your leg. And Taruk is starting to rise. What do you do?
But he hasn't yet?
He's crouched low to the ground. Like, if you're crouched low to the ground, he's like crouched low to the ground too, but he's starting to stand up. But not yet, no.
Then I'll yank the knife out of my calf, flip it into my offhand, take a couple steps, jump onto the hay bale I was hiding behind, then off the wall to catch a bit of shadow and get on top to stab into Taruk as he rises.
I love it. All right, make your attack. Now, are you stabbing with the same dagger he used, or are you using your shadow blades?
I'm using my shadow blade.
Cool.
And that's 17 on the 24, I believe.
Whew, yeah, that'll be a hit.
All right. There were max damage dice. Not all of them, but a good number. All right, a good number. Let's see. 10, 20, 30, 37.
Oof. Do you imagine that you stay like on top of him as you come down with this blade, as you drop down from above?
I think so much of the momentum is there that it is a stab, and I roll on my back over his shoulder, pulling nothing out of his back, and as I land, the shadow blade reconstitutes in my hand.
Awesome. Your back now, I imagine, is to the alleyway. Did you manage to like reposition yourself? Or do you imagine you're still on the other side of it?
I am trying to use the shadows as much as I can, especially with this blade. And working that through. Is there an immediate spot that I can hide behind?
So if you were, let's see, it's really hard because you're really super engaged with him now. If you're willing to move away and risk an opportunity attack, I'd let you do it.
And I'm still in the dim light of the alleyway right now.
You are, totally. Like, right on the edge of it.
I stay engaged and I'm going to make an offhand attack.
Ooh, yeah. I love that. All right, go for it. We haven't done double stabbing in a while.
No, I usually hide on a cunning action. 24 again.
Yeah, that's a hit.
All right. So I did establish leg dagger was in my hand, so I don't know what he has to do about that or what I need to roll.
Oh, yeah, he has to make a Constitution saving throw. Let's do that now, which he fails, barely. And you roll me regular dagger damage, like your normal dagger, and then 3d6 extra poison damage.
Ooh. 11.
11 altogether?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, if you need the separation, 9 of it was poisoned.
No, that's good. So you bury his dagger in him. Do you keep hold of the hilt or do you let it go? You leave it in him?
I take it back out with me. I now know that if you leave it in someone might do terrible, wicked things with it. Be careful with your shops.
It's true. He stumbles back and stands up now in his full height. He is much taller and broader than you, and though he looks a little woozy and is indeed poisoned, he does make a last stand, hissing at you. One of his eyes, you can see it's turned bloodshot, like it's popped a vessel. Just from straining so hard to keep fighting as you move so quickly all around him, and every time he goes for you, you're one step faster. You're above him, you're below him. But right now, he's above you, and he is going to do his attacks. Let's see. $13 and 18. Does the 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. Make me a Constitution saving throw. You'll take 6 piercing damage and 11 poison damage.
15.
All right. Yeah, 15 is just enough.
Oh,
That is easy.
how much was the damage again? I'm sorry, I was making the save.
6 piercing and 11 poison.
Right.
And 1 more attack with the dagger. But with disadvantage, it's a 10.
I'm using my uncanny dodge on the 18, by the way.
Previous one.
Or I should have said.
Cool. So even though he does manage to nick you with one of the cuts of the daggers, his attacks are wild, and he crashes, like he stumbles after the 3rd strike and crashes his shoulder into the wall and bounces off of it and spins back around. I'm going to give you one more turn here before we bring everyone else in, but I think you would see at this point, if you were paying attention to Beyond the Alleyway at all, you would see Rysar Horson standing there, approaching.
My passive is 10, and I am tunnel visioned. Because this coward assassin needs to die. So I slide down the shadowed wall to where he stumbled, and then stab the shadow blade upward for his throat.
Go for it. You'll have advantage on this one too.
That's 19 on the dice, so 26 to hit.
Oof. Okay. That is a hit.
$30.
how do you deal the coup de grace to Taruk, head of House Jarko? How do you finish this encounter?
I've sunk into the shadows. I've gotten low, and I've stabbed upward toward his throat. So I get my other arm, dagger in hand, and I press on his upper back to drive this shadow blade in further and move his head close to my ear. The Akachas have their vengeance. I'll flip him over and pull out absolutely nothing as the shadow blade dissipates.
His retort's just a gargle in his throat that can't make it to his lips, to his tongue, and then you flip him and he's gone on the ground. His eyes staring straight up at the looming dark sun up above the rooftops, unmoving, still clenching his scimitar in one hand. And Horson and Rysar, you see that. You witness this end.
Such a waste.
Orson will approach, continuing to walk at the same metered pace that he was before. You all right?
I did it. And my father's alive. Ill, but alive. He failed.
Ah.
You're late, Lord Praetor.
It's busy in the streets. Apologies, it seems you did not need our help.
This was official business of House Akacha. Taking out the trash.
Well, you put it in the bin. Let me take it out for you.
You can bring yourself to touch it.
He wants to grab Taruk with his stone hand, like where you would grab, like a pup, like like the neck area between the shoulder blades, and like lift him up, shake him just to make sure, throw him over his shoulder.
He's gone. When you throw him over your shoulder, he lands mangled in a heap, and you can see there in the alleyway, looking to the three of you, the large Thrycreen, Utak, watching you with alien curious eyes.
It seems as though the city is in peril.
Yes, I saw the monster to the north.
And I saw the head of House Tomblador by a dragon statue with an ivory crown.
Sorry, what? Horson?
Praetor Nadia sent me an image. So apparently this snake has 3 heads. I just wanted to make sure that this one got dealt with first.
Thank you.
Well done. no need for further training. I guess you can say, if I have that authority, that you've graduated.
I should like to be your equal.
If you so choose, you can fight in the arena anytime.
I'll settle for sparring for now. Or Merila looks back to the north. There's more yet to be done.
We've got to make a choice. Large snake or man with crown?
I couldn't kill that snake before. But a small snake, one with a crown, might be more my size.
Risa?
I am curious because when I met High Praetor Nadia, it seemed very much convincing to me that she had also taken the side of the snakes. And yet she is sending you visions to help?
Perhaps. Now, I don't know your relationship. You had mentioned to me that she was a traitor. I know her something else. Also a student. Looking to master herself. And I do trust her.
Well,
chimes in. Just in your minds, you hear the Thrycreen speak. House Tumbledore has fallen back to the palace. What would you have me command the soldiers, the gladiators, to do?
We need to regroup. We need as many hands on deck against that Tiramon to the north. That giant snake ain't gonna fall to a mere few. But perhaps we can provide aid to those fighting right now. For you, I would like to give Taruk a proper burial.
We do not bury our clutch. We devour them.
All right, well, change of plans. I'll take care of it. He's done a lot of good and a lot of bad.
I rally House Jocko to the docks. Where does Horson and Risa go?
Horson, this vision Nadia sent you, it was of her father, the head of House Tumbledore, at the foot of a statue.
Her brother, Caledon,
The pretty one.
Yes.
There was a statue of a dragon. There were yuan tea with shiny, spiky clothes. Looks like something out of the time warp. And then he jumps to the left. Takes a step to the right.
I don't understand.
Sorry, artistic expression is not my strong suit. Ugh.
Obviously. Don, this statue, is it in Balic or is it somewhere else?
It's a pretty famous statue on the top of Mount Laeron, in front of an old ruin statue of the dragon.
Mount Laeron, that's
On the
in
east
Balic,
side
or?
of it, it looms over. If you look at our overlays, wait, point. There you go.
Got it.
That's it. It's right there. Just look that way.
Nice.
That's Mount.
Horson, I agree. Rally the troops. Take them to defeat that giant snake bastard. But if the UNT have a greater plan here, which it sounds like mayhaps is to create some... Well, I thought I got disintegrated then. But if the UNT have a greater plan to put in place some sort of new Caesar, then I will go there and try to stop them. I do not know how.
Me neither, but perhaps Praetor Nadia could help.
Ntak butts the body of Taruk with the haft of a spear and looks to Marilla and says, "Do you and Raisa need a tea god?"
Yes, he does.
And as another explosion sounds from the north side of the city, just for a moment, the sky spinning through the sky, unseen to those in the alleyway, a ship, a flying vessel, Spelljammer. And we're going to cut away from this scene here.
And as the fight in Balic Harbor rages, we return to Rise of the Veiled Alliance. So, in the harbor, a gigantic snake creature rears out of the silt, strange glass-like trappings wrapped around him as he tears free, shedding his own skin around himself, as fighters on the docks desperately try and save the city of Balic. However, running through the streets in high pursuit, we move away from our intrepid heroes towards a new figure, as yet unrecognized. Michael, would you like to describe who we see running through the streets of Balic?
Sure. You see a man with a like a wearing light fabric around his body, kind of like a cloak, but the hood is up, and then along with that hood, you just see some sort of mask over his face. Although you see the mask, he does convey lots of expression without without having to show his facial features. And you see, let's see. You see that he has a small dagger on him. He wears a lot of clothing that will allow him to be very mobile, but be inconspicuous. So not necessarily like rogue-like, but all these things just make sense in the sense where if you see a typical rogue, they're wearing these things because that kind of identifies them. But this is something that you can tell he has learned to wear over time to obscure himself, to be able to blend and to be able to like shift and be mercurial from one group to another group. And if someone was to see him and look away and look back, they would have a hard time just having a good grasp of where they went, or they might look directly at him again and not know that right in plain sight. So
as you run through the streets of Balic, there's screaming, there's shouting, there's a civil war on, at least some kind of war. The Yuan-Ti are invading. There's fighting in the streets, fighting all over, and you have managed to dodge in between the various different combats, managed to avoid all encounters, making your way to the docks. Do you want to reveal where you've come from and what you know, or are we saving that for later?
I think we'll probably save it for later, and we'll see how it comes up as we go.
Then I'm fine with that. Cool. So this mysterious figure makes your way in between all of the fighting and runs to the docks. At the docks, you hear a lot of shouting and screaming, and then as you step out into the open space, a wash of necrotic energy ripples out and through the space around you, and you step back aghast. And wave upon wave of Tomblador Navy soldiers and Yuan-Ti fighting them, and a couple of different people just running around looking for cover and shelter, all fall around you, just necrotized, turned to ash in places, others just horribly warped and the life torn from them as they fall to the ground. You, just outside the radius of this, just take all this in, and looking out onto the docks, you can see there's a Tortle warrior who you recognize standing on the docks right near the front of where most of the parts of the docks that were made of slightly more perishable material have been shattered and broken, pieces of them littering the silt. Striding, running through the silt, firing crossbow bolts up, you see a small rat-like person who you also recognize. And flying around the head of a gigantic snake-like being dominating this entire space, 4 to 5 times the size of any building around you. You see a figure landing directly on this creature's head as it swats at its own face, and a bird-like creature flying in the sky up above. You found the people you're looking for, and you're ready to enter the fray with them to defend Balic against this horrific Yuan-Ti invasion and this terrible creature that seems to have just killed a wide swathe of the population in one fell swoop. However, as you step forward, ready to enter battle, you hear from next to you, hey? Looking down, a tiny rat person is hiding behind a crate. Again, seemingly just outside the range of this effect, and just looking at you horrified. Who are you?
My name's Varen. That's all you need to know.
Okay, sounds fine, I guess. Just another day. Anything I can do to help? I really want to, but I'm not good with like holding this tiny dagger, and you can see like shaking. Has clearly never used one and wouldn't know where to begin.
Before you hurt yourself, why don't you take that dagger and go find someone to escort out of here? You'll probably end up hurting yourself if you try and fight that thing.
But okay, I'm sure I can do something. I'd love to do something. Anyone I could go and like get a message to?
Here, take this if you really want to do something. Take this and keep running. And I'll offer this person some currency, two copper discs or two clay discs. And I don't relay where I'm sending him, but I give him directions to a place in the middle of the desert, where I'm from, and I give him my connection of who supplies me before I go out back to where I'm from, as far as water and resources, and I slip him a note and say, if you really want to do something for this town and you want to be helpful and you're just rearing to do something, I'd prefer you get out of trouble. Do this. Here's the info. Just keep moving. If you think you're not going to make it, you will. Those resources are enough.
Cool. Seren takes these notes and takes this information, looks at it and goes, okay, thanks, mister. Thanks, it's really good of you. And just turns and starts running off into Balic and running towards where you have sent him, and we'll come back to that later. But as you step onto the docks, Keita, Kronqual, Rickis, you are engaging the mighty Tyramon in the center of the docks. Hello, everybody.
Perfect.
And as... Yes.
Hi, Michael.
Yo, what up?
You mean the mysterious Varen, please. That's, yes. Keita, you are on Tyramon's head. Rickis, you are running across the silt, just firing short bows, desperately trying to help out here. Kronqual, you've cast Compelled Duel on Tyramon and are standing on the docks. I think it's only fair, as someone new is about to enter the fray, that we all roll initiative again and dive back into this combat. What do we all say?
I say yes.
Great.
I don't remember
Great.
what my initiative is, though. It's probably not.
10. 7.
Oh my god.
I say
Here the
19.
folks with
19.
great initiatives.
Pretty sure.
9. Fine. Cool. So, Tyramon has just defiled the landscape around you, and in doing so has torn the life out of various creatures around yourselves. You will manage to save against this effect, but everyone else around you is clearly dead. Rickis, you have no idea where Seren is. You have no idea what's going on. All you know is this gigantic thing is killing people left, right, and center, and is clearly going to destroy Balic if you don't do something. However, all of your arrows and various effects were struggling to break through his armored hide. However, he just tore himself out of his own hide to gain some more hit points and to reduce his armor class a little bit. So, at the top of the round, Varen, you have just entered this scene and seeing it all in front of you. What would you like to do? Kronqual's right there if you want to go talk to him. You could try and talk to Rickis as well, though talking to Keita might be difficult.
I am going to not talk to Kronqual right away. I'm going to step in front of Kronqual, and I'm going to cast Black Tentacles.
Oh.
Might as well just get into it and go hard. All right. If you need a descriptor here.
Yeah, please tell me how you summon your black tentacles, what they look like, what they're doing.
Yeah. What you're seeing is, I assume the place we are is sandy, just like every place else in Dark Sun.
Correct.
So what you see is I kind of run up in front of Kronqual. You see my desert tan cloak and hood kind of step in front of you, and a kind of wind-blown kind of effect happens as I put both of my hands out, and seeing nothing at the moment, confused Kronqual, nothing seems to be happening. And as you look at the sand, it seems to shimmer a bit, and the sand starts turning blackish, like it's being corrupted, but then it starts taking life and form, and kind of like a sand colored but blackish infused energies are coming up and kind of thriving and wriggling all over this creature, and I'm trying to And then you finally see the spell take hold and me outreaching my arms, and my arms are shaking out in front of me, and I'm holding that in front of you, and you see these tentacles, these sand-like tentacles, kind of wrap around or try and grasp a hold of this huge creature.
Mm-hmm. So that takes effect on Tiramon's turn, so we'll come back to that. But yes, Varen has just stepped out and summoned black tentacles out of the sand, Kronkwall. So that's happening. You can always talk as a free action. Out of turn, whenever you like.
You stepped in front of me?
Yeah, not like completely in front, maybe half of your, like, I am stepping in front of you, but like, taking up half of your body. Like half.
You're upstaging me.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right.
I've arrived.
Yeah,
That's where you wanted me. You wanted me here. I
Right,
arrived.
exactly. I'm here. Awesome.
Kronkwall, any reaction to this, or are we going to keep driving forward?
I mean, I'll end up moving him on my turn, or at least stepping in front of him. But as a reaction, not really.
Cool.
I don't think he's more like, what?
Yeah. What's going on? Rickus, the sand around you is growing black tentacles.
This is what y'all wanted. Remember, this is what y'all wanted. No, probably not. No,
Yeah.
consent's important. I'm
It's
sorry.
exactly what we wanted. Yeah.
Rickers doesn't like this at all.
Okay.
But I think they're now kind of like where they were going across the sand or across the silt. They are now very dedicatedly only going on the bits and pieces of planks because nope, they are not touching that.
Well, there's no wood, so it's sort of bits of broken, like ceramic and stone that you're sort of leaping and bounding across, which you can easily do. Are you trying to get a better shot on Tiramon? What's the plan?
Yeah, I wanna stab.
So you can actually run in and stab physically? If you do, you'll be enwrapped by tentacles.
Never mind then. Never mind then. Yeah, no, thank you. We'll keep our distance then. And try to do a magic. Maybe.
Try to do a magic. Oh my god.
Try to do a magic.
Rickus, what magic you do?
I think I'm gonna try.
Because you tried a guiding bolt last time and missed.
I did.
Yeah.
Hold on.
To be fair, if you hit with a guiding bolt now, it's a spell attack roll. Does that mean that sneak attack applies, or is it just melee attacks? It's just melee
I think
attacks.
it's melee.
Yeah.
It has to be with a finesse or ranged weapon.
This is
Actually, I'll just shoot with my short bow. We'll just do that.
Oh, okay. As you run and jump and bound over these pieces of broken pier, you do eventually find a good spot where you plant yourself, pull out an arrow, knock it, and just fire towards Tiramon. Make me the attack roll.
25.
Well, that hits. Yeah. Yeah, that hits. In a shock to
Cool.
no one.
That's 4. Can I get sneak attack on this? Other.
Yeah.
Yay,
Peter's within
okay.
5 feet of Tiramon's face.
Yay, okay. So that's 22 points of damage altogether.
22. Nice. Okay, so... Lovely. You fire an arrow which cuts through this sort of... As Tiramon sheds out of his hide and sheds out of this first layer of skin, you can see the sort of hardened, crusted skin fall away, and you aim for a soft, bleeding, fleshy part. And do. The arrow stabs in and does quite a lot of damage. Lovely stuff. Moving on. Do you have a certain place you want to end up, Rickus? Do you want to end up within a certain range of Tiramon, or beyond a certain range of Tiramon?
I think I would like to be within 30 feet of Tiramon. And I'm gonna get pretty close up to. Well, where is Kita? Like in terms of
On his face.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah,
about
so I'm gonna
5
keep.
buildings up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep my distance. I'm gonna keep my 30 feet of distance from Tiramon.
Sure. Good, lovely. Crunkle, what's the plan?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't think of my turn. I'm such an ass. Okay, so I think what he is going to do is he's still far away from me. He's not like belly up to the dock yet, right?
No, he's about like 30 feet out. Because he smashed a big part of the ear with his tail.
Does he look like he's moving or about to?
He still was entrapped by this glass storm that Keita summoned, but it looks like with the shedding, he's probably going to be able to break free of that. It looks like he's probably looking to make his way into the city and start doing some damage.
How far is he?
30 feet.
And he's larger than large?
Gargantuan.
Okay, great.
He's Godzilla.
Whip won't work. Okay, great. Okay, I think I am just gonna hold my action until he's within range.
Within physical range?
And I will use my dodge action.
He did do a sort of weird augmented defiling thing, which, just warning you, that might be real bad.
Yeah. So if that's the case, I am going to double my distance that away. Behind
you. Run away.
Yeah, I think as the tentacles start going, and like he also just, he did his like he did a molting defiling. We felt a pulse of necrotic energy happen, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And also the tentacles started to erupt. I don't know what that is. I've never seen it. So I think he's probably going to be like, and not necessarily flee, but he's going to definitely retreat back behind the docks, considering he is.
Do you want to find somewhere to basically sort of hide behind for the time being?
Yes. Yeah, he's just I'm going to double my move behind me, and if there's any sort of box or anything, he'll probably shell up next to it, but probably keep his eyes out.
You do. That is absolutely fine. Lovely
so that's
stuff.
100 feet behind me. Oh, I'm sorry, 50 feet behind me. Not
100 feet.
Quadruple the
okay.
movement.
Yeah, so you are 80 feet away from Tiramon at this point, which is a good distance to be away from Tiramon, just saying. Keita, you're on Tiramon's face. He is sort of like about to try and do. It's not his turn yet, but he's aware of you being on his face, and you don't like it. He's not a fan.
How what am I trying to say? What's the difference? The distance. Oh my God, words are so hard. What are the distance?
You got it.
What are the distance?
Is the distance between his eyes? That is what I'm trying to say.
Like about 10 feet across.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and dual. I'm gonna go ahead and dual wield both my daggers and try to get both of these eyes at the same time. And I'm gonna use Thunderous Smite to do it.
Yep.
So I can get that extra damage in there.
Do it.
Ooh, we have a 28 and a 29.
Are you stabbing one and throwing one in another?
Sweet, yeah.
Sweet.
So let me go ahead and roll that damage.
Do it.
And then I have sneak attack. So
You only sneak attack on one of the daggers, so you can choose which one you sneak attack, which one you Thunderous Smite on. Yeah. So
Okay.
just don't add sneak attack twice.
Right. Okay, so 24 damage altogether, 19 on the one that I did sneak attack on.
Okay. You impact you basically pierce one of his eyes, but because the eye is so big, it's not like a popping, like I stab it in the eye and it pops. It's more of a like, and it starts to sort of ooze milky white eye. What's it called? Eye humor? No, there's a word for it. I'm going to Google it. No, there's a special word for what's inside your eye. No.
Liquid?
Should know this. You might be correct.
No, there's a proper word, and it's really gross, and I want to remember it so I can share it all with you. What's it called? Here it is. The inside of the eye, the vitreous body, the eye vitrium just starts to pulse and like around where your daggers stab into both eyes, but you haven't like pierced the eye or anything like that.
It's like a bug flying in your eye.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Right, and that was 26 total. Tiramon is furious, and it's Tiramon's turn. He's just defiled, so he's full of magical energy. So, when Tiramon augmented defiles, which he succeeded in doing, on his following turn, choose any number of creatures within the range of your previous defiling to target with a spell. Tiramon is going to cast Disintegrate, motherfuckers. It's on.
And what's the range on that?
60 feet, Cord.
Sorry, everyone.
However,
okay.
Geeta, Rickis, Varen, make me a dex save and make it good.
Counterspell.
I beg your pardon?
Counterspell. I want to try and cast counterspell.
Come again for Big Fudge? What?
I want to try and cast counterspell.
Okay. Fine.
At fourth level.
You got to roll for it. Fourth is not enough.
Okay, perfect. Do I add anything to that? Do I add my
You roll
modifier?
a d20 and you add your spellcasting ability modifier.
At this, let me see. I think I'm level. I need to figure out what my level is.
Hang on. I can tell you that. Do you need your level for this? Why do you need your level for this?
Proficiency, right?
No,
Proficiency
just the
plus-
ability score modifier. Just the ability score modifier.
Oh, okay, so it's 8 rather. So not good
8.
enough. Yeah.
8 total?
That's correct.
You desperately try and counterspell this horrific spell effect, but the defiling magic wraps around Tiramon in this moment, and you do not manage to stop this spell from being cast, although if you had, oh boy. Varen, Keita, Rickis, dex saves, and oh my god, make them good.
That was awesome.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I got a 24.
Keita, you see this green ray piercing out. It's not like Tiramon's even pointing one of his giant hands. You also note at this point that he has like 7. Too many hands. But it's not like he's even pointing a hand. His eyes just flare with green, and a beam of light sort of passes, and you just whoop, like lean back sort of against the bridge of his face, and just the beam just shoots past you and misses entirely. Varen, what you got?
21.
21. You also, as this green beam just like sort of burns into the ground near you in a line, just do a little sort of sexy, cool cartwheel and dodge out of the way of it completely. Cronkwall, the box you are sitting behind disappears. Just
Great.
you turn around. It didn't explode. It's just like ash on the wind. You're like, oh, well, okay.
So
Rickis.
he's doing disintegrate on everybody?
Yeah, he can target as many people as he wants within the range of it. And I've also done your box. I felt like it. Rickis, what we got?
No,
That's
I
a
get
great
that.
expression. I like that expression. That's a good expression. What we got?
A 9?
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
You know what they say, take a level in friendship, cleric, and die. Good. 10d6 plus 40.
Fuck me.
Hold on.
I see.
My compelled
Hold on.
duel, does it have to make a wisdom save because I moved away from it 30 feet? It
Interesting.
is if it moves away from me, but also, do I have... I'm just, it has disadvantage on attack rolls, but I guess it didn't have any attack rolls on your disintegrate, right? It just does it. Okay.
No, I'm afraid not.
Alright, cool. Just double checking.
$76 points of damage.
Hey, Chris.
Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, damn it! I can't do anything. Never mind.
Why not?
I am gonna. Okay. Let me just check.
Reduce it by 9.
I was gonna. Bless you. I could do evasion, but it wouldn't. I don't think.
Evasion, because it's a dex save. You're a rogue, so even on a dex save, when you succeed, you take half
I'd only
damage.
take half on a fail.
You only take half on a fail, and you failed, so that is 30...
38.
36, 38, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I have one fucking hit point. I'm still
Oh!
up.
Reduced by 9? We did that one already?
Oh, we can reduce that again by 9, so I have 10 hit points.
Yeah!
I'm still up, motherfucker.
Oh my god!
Wow! You're just a naked, hairless rat. Oh, wow.
I'm gonna let you decide how the disintegrate affects Rickis, because oh my god!
That's nuts.
Holy shit. I think they're fully gray now. I think this is a thing that's happened.
Cool.
Okay.
They're fully gray. Yeah, I think it's more like it's just the necrotic effect across.
Yep.
And they probably look a little older. And I think they probably had to stumble back, and since they're on these tiny little bits of ceramic or whatever, they probably kind of ended up flopping backwards to at least somewhat avoid this.
Yeah, totally fine. Crunkle, you note that some of these disintegrate beams, it wasn't just 4, there were more, are like burning holes in various dockside buildings, and Tyramon's just rage screaming, laser disco balling, exactly, everything around, just... Yeah. Alex, look at, like, in the far distance,
Balic.
like, like, if you look in the far distance, like a small,
Balic.
like, there's like a little like part of the megalith, and you can see over the top of the roof, just like there's a little like spurt of dust from the side of it where the beam just went all the way through it. But yeah, that just happened.
Okay.
That is Tyramon's turn. Nice.
How many more of those do we get?
I can do another one if I want to. I can do another one if I want to. Cool. Good. Excellent stuff. Varen, you see this happen. Oh, hang on. On Tyramon's turn, I have to make a saving throw against the tentacles. It's
Varen, did you do what? Did you have to dex?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he's fine. I do a dexterity saving throw as Tyramon. That's my worst stat. That's a nat 1. So yeah, that affects 3d6 bludgeoning damage, and it is restrained. He can't move onto the docks. So roll me 3d6 damage, please.
Yep. 8.
8 points of damage, and he will continue to take that damage every round while you keep this up, unless he uses an action to break free.
Sweet.
It's a great spell. That's why it's 4th level spell. Excellent stuff. You're concentrating on the spell, Varen, as you maintain concentration on these black tentacles at the start of your turn. What would you like to do? Tyramon, by the way, with the tentacles wrapping around his base and with the squirting vitreous humor from his eyes, there is a very definite look of, like, pained expression. It's not going the way he wanted.
How far away is Rickis from me at the moment?
I'd say about 20 to 30 feet. Not far. Like, it's all lots of
And then
hopscotch around bits of the docks.
I guess I also need to know where Kronqual is at this
He's 50
time.
feet behind you, cowering behind what used to be a box.
Okay, so 50 feet behind me is
Not cowering,
Kronqual, and
just
Rickis.
strategically hiding.
Cowering.
And Rickis is where as well?
About 20 feet ahead of you.
Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna do this. Usually I play,
Do it.
and I don't know you yet, so like I don't know if this is the right move, but I'm gonna run up to Rickis now that I saw them take that blast.
You're going to have to leap and jump down across bits of broken pier to get to them. So just make the athletics or acrobatics check. I don't mind which one. Let's have something to see how coolly you do this.
American Ninja Warrior.
So 14.
Yeah, you deftly leap down onto these pieces and start leaping over these broken pieces of dock in the silt to reach Rickus. Totally fine. Not like super cool American Ninja Warrior, but just like, efficient. You're there. And no comedy shuffles.
Ninja Warrior.
How tall is Rickus?
2 foot.
Okay, and elevation around me, is there
More
any
like 3 feet, but yes.
2.5
is there
foot.
any is there any elevation around me?
The dock wall behind you, there's still parts of the dock standing, but you've already moved 20 feet to get to Rickus, so there's nothing you can hide behind. You could try and crouch behind this piece of pier that you're on, but Tyramon is so big it would be laughably pointless.
I guess, is there any, like, buildings, or is there any rooftops or any high vantage point that's within 200 to 400 feet around me?
Oh yeah, you can see like various harbor building side roofs. That's totally fine. You dimension drawing.
I was going to. I was going to, and I
Nice.
realized I burned some spells, which is fine. So I was trying to help people out. So I'm not going to be doing that. Instead, I'm going to. This is interesting. The only thing I can do now is. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do what I originally thought. I'm just gonna do.
How many fourth level spell slots have you got?
I only had 2, and I used both.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well then, what would you like?
Yes, I'm just gonna cast Magic Missile.
Nice.
And I'm gonna aim for the eyes where Kita was already working on.
Yeah, just start. How do your magic missiles manifest? What do they look like? What's the vibe?
You're gonna see just they're almost like clear and translucent, like mirages, mirages that vibrate very fast and very frequently, and you're just gonna see it like a little sphere in the front of my head, like go big, and then collapse small, and then it just shoots out, and then it bursts forth from that sphere, and many more of these like projectiles start forming from there and start going at wild chaotic directions and towards the creature's eyes, Tyramon's eyes.
You automatically hit because it's magic missiles, so just roll me the damage.
Yep. I will do that.
Yup.
So dart deals, so I do for all of them, right? So because it's 3, so I roll 3d4 or just a
3d4 plus 3. You roll 3d4 and
right?
3.
That's right. Okay. So 4 for the first one, 3 for the next one, and 3 for the other one. So I believe that is 10 altogether.
Yeah. Magic missiles just flare out, and Keto, as you're like dodging things, suddenly these strange mirages just impact near the eyes, and more of the vitreous humor just like starts sloughing out of the eyes. And now there's very definitely like some of them they're now definitely being popped and spewing vitria. That's happening.
And I guess I will.
Don't be annoyed with me for standing near its eyes. That's not on me. Give me that look.
I guess I'll stand side by side with Rickus. I don't know what they're doing, but whatever they decide, I will try and help or support in whatever way I can if they so accept that. So that's what I'm doing.
Well, they're currently crouching.
Right.
They look
Cool.
real bad.
Rickus, crouching, looking real bad. What's the plan?
Yeah, I don't know if Rickus wants to stick around this happening right now.
Hey, Tyramon
but
looks
also-
pretty bad. That's skin's definitely got various cuts and rents, and the face looks particularly bad.
Okay. Then... I think that I think I want a guiding bolt again.
Go for it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fire
God,
out
I
of your
hope I get this.
missile palm. Do it.
21.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Oh, that was 10 points of damage on top on that.
Lovely. How does your magic missile? How does your guiding bolt manifest itself? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think the same thing with the necklace glowing again, and I think it's only the fur that's like touching the necklace that's still brownish sandish color. Everything else has turned gray, and it focuses on one of the obsidian beads. This golden light of friendship.
Yes.
For
friendship
at Tiramon.
And the bead fires out, and Tiramon is hit by this bead. And again, this sort of like glowing energy surrounds Tiramon's entire body. And the next attack roll against it has advantage. Well, who would have thought that would be a useful, fantastic thing to do? Kronkwall, you are 80 feet away from Tiramon, crouching.
I think he's gonna just spend he's gonna double move up to where he was. And then cast Shillelagh so I can buff my staff a bit as a bonus action, and I think that's all he does.
Cool, no problem. You run back up to the fight.
He's 80 feet from me.
If you use double movement, you'll get to the edge of the dock again, so 30 feet out over the silt is where he is.
Okay.
So if you use your movement, you can run 30 feet, then you've got 50 feet if you've got something you can do within 50 feet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I will instead run one movement, so it's only 25 feet up. Cast Shillelagh, and I will also cast... Duration is... and then I'm going to cast... No, I'm not.
What's it gonna be?
He's going to also scream out,
Rickus, be careful! Hide if you need!
And he then continues and move the... I'll move the full... No, I won't. I can't. I'll move the full 50 and then use a dodge action. Or I'll move the 25 and then use a dodge action. Bonus action, cast Shillelagh.
Cool. You are making your way forward towards Tiramon, being very cautious and careful as you do so. Makes a lot of sense. Kita, you have advantage on the next attack roll against Tiramon. You're already sneak attacking, but there's advantage on the attack roll if you want to attack. And Tiramon's looking pretty badly hurt. That one eye is now just pumping out vitreous fluid with every heartbeat.
So I think I'm going to take my short sword and I'm going to stab it into that eye and then run across, keeping the blade across his nose, and then go to the next one. That's how we're going to do this.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Stab and run.
Roll that advantage.
With advantage.
Nat 20 on the advantage.
You double all the sneak attack dice as well.
Ooh. Okay. Let me...
Well, he's not got a huge number of hit points. Let's see how this goes.
23.
Is that the total?
Is it doubled?
Yes.
Doubled?
Yeah.
Everything?
46 if it's doubled.
You double the dice, not the modifier. So...
Yeah.
No, you double the dice. Whatever you add to your attack roll or your dex modifier, you don't double that bit. So yours is a +4?
Yes.
Okay, so that's... Hang on, I'll do the math for
42.
you. No, you don't take it off that, you take it off the first half. So you take the 4 off at that point, then double it, add it on again.
48? 52? Or 42?
No, it's lower. It's 20... It's 42. It's enough. Kita, please describe how this attack destroys and annihilates this god amongst mortals.
So, as she sees him like disintegrating everything, she gets really pissed off, and her veins start to. Oh, she's gonna add some heating into this too. I mean, because why not? And she kind of just yells. She's like, "I'm sick of this shit!" And then she literally just like stabs, and she just kind of Naruto runs across across his nose. And then literally when she gets to the next eye, she kind of just like swipes her sword up, and it kind of gets stuck on the side of the bone, but she's just like, and then she kind of puts her foot down and just does one of these numbers and just takes it out. It takes a minute.
Okay. Varen, Rickus, you see this from the Silt. Cronkle, you see it much more closely because there's this sort of like horrible cry from about 5 stories up in the air. And then suddenly this gigantic body is just falling. Cronkle, it's falling directly towards the dock where you're standing.
I've got a dodge action.
Okay, make me a dexterity saving throw with advantage because you're dodging. Peter, make me a dexterity saving throw as you fall 5 stories on top of it, riding a snake.
All right, I thought I'd switch out my dice today to be a little bit. You said advantage, right?
I did.
Perfect. That's a natural 20 with advantage.
Hey.
Okay.
I rolled 3 times. The second one was cocked.
Good. Describe me the badass nat 20 way that you dodge this.
Okay, so it's just slumping. I like snake wriggling, falling right onto Cronkwall.
Right onto the docks where you are. Yes.
Okay. I think what happens is he sees it coming and he instinctually retreats into his shell, but he does it with such force that the shell rattles and rolls, and as it does, whoop, 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 off the edge into the silt, and then the thing collapses onto the ceramic docks, and then dust flies everywhere. And as the dust settles and emerges, or dust settles, and on the silted, caked back of Tiramon as it sits like dead in the silty harbor, Quonqual then just crawls up the spine or up the tail of it from within the silt, because I can hold my breath for up to an hour, within the silt, and then climbs up the spine up onto the dock. As if he was the one who killed it, but he didn't kill it.
Keita, what was your dexterity saving throw?
12.
The end of book happens to you.
Oh, that's a lot of die. Wait a minute.
At least 4.
Where you get swallowed by a crocodile.
Wait a minute. How many die was that?
Plenty. Keita, as Tiramon falls, and as you are falling alongside Tiramon's body, you realize that Tiramon's falling forward, and you are on the front of his face, and you're just like, oh, desperately trying to make your way out from underneath the face, but you realize that Tiramon's going to fall, and you're going to be underneath him as he goes. I've rolled the falling damage. I've not yet rolled the gargantuan creature landing on you damage.
It's okay. Reduce it by 10. Whatever it is.
Your dexterity saving throw means you cannot get out of the way of this happening, but I will give you a reaction to decide how you want to try and handle this situation before I crush you like a bug.
But reduced by 10.
Okay, so she's gonna start heating up her body, so that way when she hits the ground and when they hit the ground, she can kind of create some sort of magma underneath to like soften the. What?
I've just worked out what's going to happen, and you're a horrible person. Again, you're just a horrible person. Okay, so Keita, while falling, you just go and start doing your magma burning, like an incendiary block falling underneath where Tiramon is falling. You hit the deck and take 5, it was 15, reduced by 10 points of damage. Actually, Cronkwall, you're in your shell. You can't see this happen. You cannot take 10 hit points off it.
Okay, that's fair. You're right. I was in the sill. You're right. Yep.
You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the deck. At which point, Rickus, Varen, you can both see this. At which point, you just see Kita land, and then a gigantic body hits the dock, cracks the dock. The dock itself is split. The entire stone of the dock is gone. About 4 or 5 buildings are gone. This humongous, ridiculous body has just descended and crushed a gigantic amount of this dockside, with Kita very firmly underneath. What would you like to do?
That was terrifying.
I'm still concentrating on those tentacles, and they're up for a minute. So while it's still up, I think it's still like writhing and maybe starting to like crush and compress the parts it has, and trying to like pull more of it towards it to just like ultimately kill it a lot.
Okay, so as you start doing this, you realize this where your friend is, where this person that you have only just recently become aware of, underneath this body, the whole body just starts like dragging across where she probably is,
It's
which
kind of like
may be adding insult to injury. No. As you start doing this, you see from the dockside there are two heavily armed groups arriving at the dockside. There's a bunch of elven runners from House Sereno that some of you may recognize coming to help join the fight, who just run up and stop with a kind of, oh. One just shouts out, fourth wall breakingly, oh, we were going to arrive next round. Then from the other side of the docks, making their way from the Criterion and the Harbour precinct, a bunch of House Jarko gladiators are also making their way towards the docks to help out. And one shouts back at the other guy, we were going to arrive around after you. Well, we're all here now. And they start cleaning up the dockside and looking at this ridiculous situation unfolding. Rickus, Varen, Kronkor, anything you do to try and help Kita, who is currently being pancaked?
I feel like as if Kronkor is climbing out of up the spine of this creature as it's probably turning into a treadmill because of the writhing tentacles are eating it, right? Is that what's happening? The tentacles are kind of
pulling this gigantic body back into the
silt.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So I'm kind of running on a treadmill right now, dodging some spines and slipping on some of the probably the slicker scales. And I think if you let me, I see Kita as she's crushed, or as it's moving and probably rolling her body under, and maybe that's where a lot of the pain is coming from. Ow! Ow! Ow!
You can't see Kita. You can't see Kita at all.
Oh, okay.
You have no idea where she is.
If that's the case, I'm going to continue, and probably you feel Kita a little bit more of the damage is because Kronkor is running on top. As he just
this thing is like 30 foot around, like it's humongous, it's gigantic. Kronkor, roll me a nature check.
Okay, that's something I have. And something my dice decided to roll well for. 13 plus my nature. That is, 17 plus nature, which is a 24.
As you're running, you stop, you smell something. Smells like cooked meat.
Ooh.
And you feel underneath you, under your paws, is quite warm.
Vegetarian. Okay. Under my paws?
Under your feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I look down. Am I running on Kita?
No. And as you look down, the skin, Tiramon skin underneath you, is like blackening and charcoal grilling underneath you.
Okay.
Like someone's put a big old snake on the barbecue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He hops off as quick as he can as soon as that starts happening. And then hopefully he's at the dock at this point.
Yeah, you're fine. You're out of the silt. As you step off and do that, the whole snake starts just like someone starts to expand and swell out a little bit. Okay. And then there is a violent pop. Rickus, Kronkor, Varen, all make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
One last disintegrate.
Like the whale beach dynamite thing.
Like a whale beach.
Hot chunks of dead snake.
24.
Dex, dexterity saving throw.
15 for me.
Okay.
Do we have guidance or anything? I got a 10.
No, what'd you get? 10. Rickis, you managed to just sort of step cautiously behind Varen before this happens, but Varen, Cronquil, you're just pelted by bits of dead cooked snake and internal viscera as this explosion, like the elven runners from House Sereno and the House Chocolate is just like to back off a little bit, as now in the center of this, Keita is just like burning lava person in the center, just bits of dead snake raining around her in the center. You still took the falling damage, but you burned your way through this body, and it's a horrific mess. And that's where we're going to go to break. See you all in 5:10, where we pick up again and find out more about what's happening around the city of Balic during the Yuan-Ti invasion and the grand finale of Rise, the Veiled Alliance. See you in a bit. And we return to Rise of the Veiled Alliance, Greek Grand Finale crossover, Avengers Endgame. Cool, so, our four heroes have just vanquished Tyr Amon and have a variety of new allies around them on the docks, picking up the pieces of this monumental duel that took place. But there is a new ally amongst you, a strange man who helped Kronqual and Rickus during the fight and was sort of there for Kita. Maybe you all want to quiz him about who he is and what is going on. Rickus, you're standing next to this strange man who we all know is called Varen, but you don't. And Kita is currently standing in the midst of gargantuan snake carcass. And Kronqual is covered in bits. Varen also has bits on him.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's definitely one of those things where Rickus finally looks up at Farron. Are you a new friend?
Maybe. I've gotten familiar with all of you, so I guess we're friends in that regard.
Okay. What's your name?
People call
My
me
name's
Baron.
Rickus. There.
Nice. Yes. Nice to finally meet you, Rickus.
Nice to meet you too. Have you seen my brother anywhere? He looks like me. His name's Saren. Actually very similar to your name. He looks down at themselves, I think realizes they're fully gray. Not this color, more like silty color. Kronqual put him down somewhere.
Hey, Varen, remember that Tarry that you spoke to at the start of all of this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I sent him on an errand or a favor. He looked very confused.
Yeah, he doesn't really know how to fight, so I kind of just gave him a dagger and told him to just hide for a bit until
He was gonna hurt himself with that, so I sent him on his way.
Where did you send him? I probably need to go find him again.
I'll let him know that you're looking for him.
Okay. And I think Rickus is now looking around and trying to spot Kronqual and Kita.
You can see, I mean, you can't miss Kita. Kita's standing in the midst of a sort of burned out, exploded bit of skeleton, of snake carcass.
Wave. You look
Yep.
cool.
I mean, Kita's back in sort of horror, rock form, but also carry amounts of blood.
Yeah. You know how when dogs are about to vomit and because they're like that's literally what I'm doing right now. Just standing there.
Dogs? I do that. If I'm upstairs going.
The sock comes up. Chris, where'd you get the sock? I put that in the hamper.
Yeah. I'll look at Baron. I'll look to Baron and go, it's my friend. And turtle friend. Big turtle friend. Kronqual.
Yes.
Next to Kita, right?
Kita and Kronqual, right. Yes.
Yeah.
And did we join up with them? Because I know that we joined up with Kita. Has Kronqual joined up?
Kronqual,
Yes.
are you visible? Are you around? Yeah, you're near Kita. You're near the big. You're also covered
invisibility. Yeah, he's gonna be with. He's gonna probably be with Kita and probably questioning. Are you okay? Are you all right on our walk over? Oh, careful! You're gonna. And he pats you on the back and you'll be all right. Where were you?
Kita,
What happened? Why are you covered in blood?
If you're feeling bad about the blood thing, then Kronqual's also pasted.
Yeah, I don't know if Kronqual knows that. He's just is it okay? He's
So when
Also
Kronkle comes up to her, she's like, "Whoa."
It's not the fact that you're covered in blood; it's the fact that I'm covered in blood.
And
There's like dips in the clavicle of his shell that are just pools and puddles of blood that are just settling on him. It's just like, hey, that's disgusting. Ooh, it's alright. And he's like tries to wipe the blood off of your face to help you feel better, but it's not helping because his hand's covered in blood.
You're covered in.
You hear Varen with a real deep sigh behind the mask. His shoulders slump down. And he just shakes his head, just like.
I think Kronkle's head goes into his shell for a moment, and like those clavicle dips, just they seal up. So they do for a second, and the blood just splashes out, and then he comes back.
And his face is probably clean after you do that.
Yeah, and then he goes over to probably a silt pile or a loose blown pile of silt, and he lays down on his belly for a moment, and he starts scraping the ceramic docks and throwing the silt over his back and try to give himself a quick dust bath because I'm quite embarrassed.
I mean, the silt
bloody,
around here is also bloody already, so you're just caking yourself in blood sand.
It's more like a instinct more than it is actually helping him. He's just, well, I've got to go do this because I'm covered in something I don't like. So he's gonna cover the wetness with dry silt, though it's probably just gonna be bloody clay.
Do you folks have the concept of a mud pie? Do you know what that is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kronkle is currently caked in a blood sand pie, just everywhere. Just.
Yeah.
How do I look? As he comes up from like his weird bath.
I think when Kita sees that, she finally just throws up. She's just gonna let it rip. Like, man, that's rough.
And then he starts to pick the clay off of his shell and stuff, and when it picks off, so does the blood from underneath. So
yeah, of course,
that's what he's gonna start doing.
Mm-hmm. Varen, these three are the people you're looking for, and well, they seem capable. Not with it, but capable.
Well, I don't know if I was supposed to get involved, but here we are. Here you are. Good job taking out Tiramon. That was unexpected, but appreciated.
Ooh. Was that Tiramon? You said?
Yes, he was something I was looking at for a long time.
Oh, I feel like I'm being rude. I'm Kronqual. Kronqual is I.
Yes, I know. My name's Varen.
Greetings, Varen. Thank you for helping us. Did you help us? Was that you that was doing the...
Yes, that was me.
Thank you.
Kita, I'm gonna let you get your breath, but nice to meet you as well. My name's Varen.
She has her head down and she's just like...
Yep. I was fully expecting the...
I'm gonna pass Kita my secondary water sack that I have.
She's just like...
Just keep it. Just keep it.
Yeah, I don't want
She's just drinking and
you
like...
flips all up for it.
Yep. Kita's living their best life. Good. Varen, do you want to tell them all what's going on?
Yes. So, although you did a good job with Tiramon, believe it or not, this was a distraction to something quite bigger that they have going on. Beyond T, that is.
What?
Yes. My house is Tomblador, right? Just to be
Salaxa.
Salaxa, that's right. If you don't know, I'm from House Salaxa, if it wasn't obvious enough.
Of this crew, no idea, no concept, no idea what you're talking about.
Perfect. Well, let's just say House Salaxa. Our currency is secrets and information. So, we're really good at what we do in gathering information. By the way, Rickus, that's where your brother's headed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Perfect.
It's just, I knew it was going to happen, but the moment where campaigns collide, there's like, yeah, here's all this knowledge, and everyone's there going, uh-huh. Is that valuable? Okay, cool.
So, the gig is that the Yuan-Ti are coming together at Mount Larian, and they're trying to perform a ritual. No, the other way. Gronkwall, the other way. Yeah, that way.
Wait.
It was on my
Where
way
is it?
over that way.
Where?
Stop spinning right there. Yep.
I don't see
Yes.
anything.
Kita is
You have
looking
to
in the
keep-
right direction, and Mount Laren is very obviously like a mountain that's right next to the harbor of
has very bad
Balic.
eyesight.
But Keith has very bad eyesight canonically.
I can't.
Well, you have to get closer. Anyway,
She
probably.
can.
Peter, it's on the overlay. It's just right behind Chris. You see it?
Well, I was supposed to relay this information to you indirectly, but now that we're here, yeah, the second half of the ritual, they're trying to bring in their God Queen. At least that's what they've been chanting about. I don't know how realistic it is, but because there's this big thing right in front of us that's dead, I would imagine, even if they were exaggerating, whatever's in front of us proves that they can do something similar.
Yes. We have seen their God Queen, from what I would assume, a woman comprised of blood. Sorry, Kita. And it's, well, quite nasty. I was able to fend her off for a bit, but we also lost one of our own, Gulag, in the fight. Very real. Very formidable foe.
I'm sorry to hear that. I heard about that, but I wasn't quite sure if the information was correct. Sorry for your group's loss.
Yes.
Anyway, instead of giving you the message indirectly, I guess we should head over.
We should stop it.
But also,
Yes.
Kita probably has to get cleaned up. Definitely you, Gronkwall. You definitely need to get cleaned up before we head over.
Do we have? I'm working on it. Do we have?
As he starts picking up like chunks of clay from his shell.
Do we have time for a long rest? Do you think? Or
Yeah, so he's probably just gonna.
yeah, you're right. Well then, very well. Where should we go to clean, Peter?
if you run your way through. I mean, there's not like a lot of water around because it's Dark Sun. You probably need to make your way up to the top of Mount Leron relatively sharpish. Like, not time to rest, not time to clean up. Like, if there's a ritual to summon Lilith into the world, you saw what she was capable of.
Yeah. We must go now. Here, I will help Keita. And he grabs a handful of silt nearby and he just rubs it in your hair.
No.
There you go.
Oh, why?
I'm trying to help get the
No.
blood off of you.
No, I have sand in my hair.
But no more blood. It'll turn to clay and we can
It made it worse.
For a moment.
I'm not a turtle.
It's a hair mask. I don't know anything about hair. But I do know about keratin. And this works fine.
She's gonna take her little hair ties out, and this giant afro is just like this big, and she just starts like doing the thing with it, and she's like, oh my gosh.
Do you
That's gonna take a while, and it's not gonna come out for weeks. We know that, right?
No, I know. I'm just like trying to get the excess of it out, so I can just pull it up, you know?
Do you all do this while you're walking? Do you all make your way up towards Mount Leron, moving through Balic?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Walk and talk, I think.
Anything else? Anything else you talk about while you're walking, or do you want to head straight to Mount Leron from here? Probably take you about like a good half an hour to make your way through the city, avoiding the various Civil War conflicts. You dodge out of the way of the elves of House Sereno and the House Jarko gladiators, who are cleaning up the docks as you make your way around them. Is there anything you discuss on the way? Did you go straight there?
Nothing that I will discuss personally, but they'll see how I'm moving throughout the city, and it's almost strange, like I know the heartbeat of the city, or just like how the city like traffic moves, and how you see me seamlessly cross from crowd to crowd and street to street, just seems odd. But then I think the group, Keita, Kronqual, and Rickus, after a while, the rhythm feels almost natural, and it's easy for you folks to get in the same groove as I do, because you just, after a while, it's just like, oh, this person's just following what the natural flow of things are, and it's really strange at first, but then it just becomes very smooth and easy for you to follow, I think.
Yeah. Cool. Well, as you make your way to Mount Leron, that's where we'll pick up in the next scene.
There's a strange sort of calm and quiet on the streets of Balic after the Battle of the Harbor. There may be places in the city where fighting is still happening, but largely people are moving away from the harbor back to their homes or other portions of the city in large groups, making the streets crowded. But people really aren't speaking. There's a sort of shock on their faces at this unexpected attack from this strange force from the Sea of Silt. The civil wars and battles that seem to be happening between the houses. But you don't see any houses fighting each other, soldiers fighting in the street. You see House Tomblador and House Wavir and the elves of House Sereno helping people where they can. Kronqual, as you move with your group towards Mount Leron, which you've been told is the location of the Yuan-Ti's ritual. Now, you've seen some of the Yuan-Ti's rituals. You were there when Caesar died on the Moon Guthay. You were made aware that Caesar's sacrifice triggered the first part of this ritual meant to bring the God Queen of Guthay to your world. It seems that the other part of that ritual is happening here. And as you're moving through the streets with your companions, your friends, I want to know what's on Kronqual's mind.
Well, I believe now that Kronqual is back, I think he is
there's a sense of relief that he's finally back in Balic. There's a sense of accomplishment. He'd never thought he'd be back in Balic. At least from what he has seen, no one has given him a scowl or a dirty look since he has stepped back in Balic. He left Balic to try to clear his name. And so far, he thinks that even though he didn't follow through with Taruk's request of saving Rysar, or I'm sorry, saving Caesar. It's the same sort of sounds, but in different order. It's Caesar. Isn't that an Easter egg that probably Toby wanted us to find out? Rysar, Caesar. Anyway, no, I went off on a. All right, so but since he was supposed to save Caesar and didn't, I think there's a sense of relief that Taruk's request and deal still went, which feels good for Kronqual. He is still a little bit anxious, though. He hasn't seen any of his friends yet. Marula, Akasha, Rysar he hasn't seen since he dipped off of the back of the gulag. The skiff that we hovered and escaped into Balic with. So he is a little bit anxious. He does feel a little more secure now that Varen is traveling with them. Varen says he knows them, knows of Kronqual and knows of Kita and Rickus and our efforts. So he must be a part of the Veiled Alliance. He must be a part of what's going on. So he feels a little bit more comfort in that. And I think that's probably why he is a little bit more. Usually, and he has been thus far, trying to accomplish a goal, and that is to make sure that he can step back in the grounds of Balic and to see his friends again. And I think now that he's back, there is a sense of relief, and he is allowed to, I think, look around again. He hasn't really, he hasn't taken time to scan and enjoy the views much. He's always been looking over the side of a ship, anxious to see what's on the horizon, whether or not that will somehow bring him back to his friends. He did, I think, when we sailed into Balic from the sky, and before when we came back through the land between the winds, Balic was on fire in some parts, and I think for a moment, Kronqual looked back in the recesses of his mind, probably reflected an image, and he perceived what he saw was his hatch grounds once again, but on fire. Like the Mount Laeron was maybe just a tall settlement of trees, and the Megalenion, maybe the one of the hatching grounds itself. Nestled within are the eggs of unborn turtles, and just nothing but a blanket of smoke wisping around and it was scary for a moment. And I think that's probably why he was so determined to try to stop what was happening, because this is his second home, and his first one is lost, and he feels it always has been to his hand, and he wasn't about to lose another one. So I think there's a sense of relax now that a big fight has been dealt with. He is limping a little bit with some wounds and some sores from the battle before, but I think that he is a little bit more relaxed on this walk up. And I know that there is, of course, there is a sense of urgency, and he knows that too. But he's taking a moment so he could just take in the nostalgia, take in the familiar breeze of Balic, even though there is a bit of smoke on the wind. But he is trying to at least just enjoy some of the cobbles as if he was walking through some memories of a different time, but still keeping pace with his friends, but maybe a little farther back. I think that's probably where he is and what's going on in his mind, at least.
Kronkwall, roll me an insight check. And you can see that even though there's this crazy thing that's happening, this battle that's happening for the soul of the city, that people seem shocked, and there's obviously many people who've lost their lives or their homes, and there's tragedy in the air. You still see stalls of kebabbed meat and strange fruits and olives that come here that only grow in this region. You still see a tavern where you once entered and witnessed a bard play a song. Right over there to your right, it's still there. The city's still here. What was your insight check?
I rolled 2 because 1 slipped out of my hand. But the first roll and the only roll that matters is the 9. The second was like 11 or a 1, I don't know. But yeah, a 9.
Okay. I'll let you ask me one question about Chronicle's observations of the city. You can ask me one question that you want to know about the city of Balic, as if it were a person right now, and I'll give you an honest answer.
How are they feeling? I think as if they were a person.
The people of Balic, let's say. The people of Balic.
That does help a bit. What is the energy of the people of Balic? Is there anxiety? Are they nervous? Are they militaristic? Are they rebelling? What is the overall vibe coming from those I see?
Other than trauma.
Vibe check.
Vibe check. Other than trauma, there's a sense of exhausted relief. Like the battle's over and the battle's been won. And now maybe things can go back to normal again, or whatever normal is now. What I'll give you on top of that is that kind of suggests that they are entirely unaware that the attack on the harbor and maybe other things that are happening in the city, all of the many events that have led here before Caesar was taken, when the Yuan Ti began to infiltrate and replace people in the city, all of these things that have led here, it's not over. You know that it's not over because you know that up on top of that mountain, where once you were chained to the statue of the dragon of Athos, something's happening, and that the Yuan Ti, their queen, is trying to enter your world. None of these people know that, and so there's relief. They think that they've won. You see, as you're crossing with the rest of your friends, moving with a flow of these throngs of people through alleyways into larger streets, and then down that street, and then cutting across another alleyway, and then up this street, weaving your way through the maze of the city. For a moment, as you go through the market district, you see a street over, a large cart being pulled by a pair of eunuchs. These are they're sort of like dinosaur-sized alligators.
Long-legged alligators.
Right, yeah. 2 of them pulling this large cart with thick hide wrapped around it as canvas. And you can see multiple thri-kreen picking up large snake bodies and throwing them into the back of the cart, and then dragging another one over, and they throw it into the back of this cart. You recognize one of those thri-kreen as Untak, the bodyguard of Taruk, one of the leaders or one of the major players within House Jarko. You've met several times.
I think I don't know if Kronkwall would peel away to talk to Untak. I think what he will do is he will reach out in his mind. He knows that they are psychic and they're psionic in nature, and so it's probably easy. I feel like it would be easier for, like, if someone was to scream your name from across a market, you'd probably hear them and do one of those kinds of things. And I feel like just tapping into the psychic, just into the way itself, I feel like will probably have like it'll probably tingle an antenna or something from a Thrycreen. So I think he's going to try his best to close his eyes for a moment. His eyes wash over white, and he tries to call out within the way to Ntak. I think displaying an image. Actually, you know what he's going to do instead? He's going to do compelled duel. But the way I've been doing compelled duel is it is like a psionic image that baits someone or tries to distract someone. And I think I'm going to do that. But in this case, the image that I send to him is just going to be Kronqual. It's just going to be Kronqual. I mean, probably, maybe even in the stance that he's currently in, just with this stick out and nothing too crazy. Just an image of Kronqual, probably the hex.
Is the idea of this that you're trying to draw him to you physically, or just open up? This is like you're FaceTiming him with your mind.
I'm sort of FaceTiming him with my mind, just an image. Okay. Actually, I was going to try to call him over to me, but I actually kind of like this instead. But then I don't know if I can walk.
You can walk and way, use the way at the same time.
I can way walk.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he is going to wait for a straight line in their path, and then like in any video game, he's going to turn on the auto walk and then alt tab to something else. But yeah, he's going to auto walk and then FaceTime and then waytime with Ntak using the compelled duel, which is an alternate.
What you get back psionically from Ntak first is an emotion, and then his voice in your mind. The emotion is anxiety, concern, worry, and the words that follow: Kronqual, you have returned.
I think I will then send an image of my walking. And I'm going to look down at myself, and then he's going to see the shell, and then me walking with two people in front of me, or the three people in front of me, and through the busy street, maybe a block away from where he is. I feel like I saw him, and then I kept walking, and now I'm calling back to him. So, 2 blocks over, he sees me walking as a confirmation. And I say,
yes.
Oh yeah, what do you say?
And I just go,
yes.
You get an image of where he is, even though you've already seen it. He doesn't know that. Throwing, a UNT up into the back of this cart, piled with bodies of UNT, and then he answers, Marilla.
Where are you at? I'm right here.
Marilla.
Marilyn
Orson. Rysar. They need help.
I think Kronqual tries his best to replicate sending the emotion of anxiety back to him, and then he, on the wake of that emotion, you're echoing,
Where? I must protect.
You see flashes then, much, much faster maybe than what you're used to when you send an image. Faster, because this is his natural way of communicating. You see flashes of the battle between House Jarko gladiators and House Wabir soldiers in the street. You see a Mechalot, or an Inix that Taruk was riding, being disintegrated into a pink mist. You see Rysar and Horson together in front of an alleyway with Ntak. And then you see what's in that alleyway. Luxmerilla and Taruk's dead body. These come very quickly, and then a flash of the mountain. And Ntak says, they have gone to Mount Laron. to fight the Yuan Ti. I tried to follow, to bring House Jarko, but Horson turned us to the docks. They are all alone.
I think Ronqual is going to then I think he's going to send an image of the dancing leaf that like, or not leaf, but it was something like some vegetation that was blowing through the breeze when he was on Mount Laeron. But it's in that perspective of the leaf again. Kronqual chained up to this. It was like a prismatic star-like altar, and he is going to project that image back to him as if it was the leaf, sort of like a helicopter drone shot of the last epic battle of a movie, sort of like kind of like that, but on that leaf. And he says on the wake of that image,
"This is the place to bring everyone. Bring everyone to help. We must protect. This is not over. A goddess is coming, and a goddess will destroy Balic and Athos. Bring everyone."
You only get an image before the link, the psionic link, is broken. And it's the image of that tavern that was right back there that you just passed. The first time you went into that tavern and you saw Ntak, the Thrycreen, you standing in the doorway and him standing guard next to Taruk. There's a subtle difference in the image that's sent than your memory. In this image, Ntak is reaching out with all four arms, placing two on your shoulder, maybe their claws just barely touching your shell, and two on your neck. His head leaning forward, he touches his antlers to your forehead. And you hear the words, "We will protect the clutch." The psionic link is broken, and you hear some sort of commotion from a couple blocks away back in the direction you came from.
It brought a tear to my eye. That is awesome. All right. So yeah, I think Kronqual, I think when the psionic link is broken, he has stopped moving. He was an autopilot, but he has stopped moving, and I think he is staring straight forward. His eyes come back, and he's staring as if he was looking into Ntak's eyes. The background, or he's looking at Ntak's eyes, the background fades away and ripples away to the present where he is standing, and his friends are way too far ahead of him, and he's going to try to catch up. And tries to catch up to his friends.
All right, roll me a perception check.
Okay. I'm gonna warn you, these dice have not been great to me. Oh, okay. 16.
I know.
I just gotta jinx them every time I say something. Every time 16. I roll. Perception is an 18.
18. Okay. So I'm going to give you something in addition to this, but I'm going to let you ask me one question about the images that you've seen in your mind. Something that you want to infer or learn about them that you don't already know. This doesn't just mean the images you've seen just now. This could be something that you perceived when you were on the mountaintop before. This could be something you perceived in Guthay. Just something that might be triggered here that you might learn more
about what it may all mean. Okay. I think he wants to know about, like, I think I know about it already, but I think like this is just how I play. I usually just play into the character. I think Ronquil wants to know what that dragon statue is. He doesn't know. He's scared of it, and he wants to know what the significance of that statue is, and if that is important at all.
Thinking back about what you saw that night, the ruins there of a world long since gone, and what you've learned, the little bits that you've learned about the dragon, that it's a thing that everyone fears, that it walks the world, that nothing stands in its way, that it comes from a time when the world died and became the world that it is now. This ashen, sandy, silty place. That's how old the dragon is. And whatever built that statue on the mountain, that great statue that's so lifelike, so much like the image of the dragon in your memory, at least the silhouette of it, no one would do that unless they revered the dragon. And you have a sense that there is great power there, not just in the statue, not just of the dragon, but in that place itself, the ground, in the crumbled temple that you saw there, and the obelisk you were tied to. That if that's the place that they've chosen for this ritual, it has to be because of the old power that still lingers there. And I'll tell you, as the extra freebie sort of thing, that you know from all that you've learned in your adventures and connecting with your ancestors and your ability to draw from the elemental planes and your psionics blossoming over the course of these last months. It's sort of like an awakening, right? You didn't become a master overnight, but it's happened very quickly. Your understanding of the way and these powers that live beneath this world on other planes has grown so quickly. And you have the sense that this sort of power this place holds, it can be undone. If Caesar's power can be undone, then a location's power can be undone, taken away.
Okay. Sweet. What does that all mean? Okay, yeah, I think he's gonna ponder on that, I think, as his head swings as he tries to make his way back to his friends.
You almost catch up with your friends when another person from your past spots you. And most people don't seem to be paying you any heed. If people still blame you for the death of Caesar, maybe they don't remember that it's you, or they just have so many other problems now that they're not even thinking about that event. Which is relieving. As you're crossing through the marketplace towards the edge of the marketplace, and your friends begin to turn a corner, and you know this route heads east towards the mountain.
I've walked this before, but the other way. I was running back
the other way. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they turn left, turning right would take you over a long ivory bridge, and you know that bridge too. That ivory bridge stretches over the agora, the silt channels below. And on the other side of that bridge, a large tree that grows from the side of a manor, the top of the manor. You recognize it because you lived here briefly. This is House Sereno's manor. And there, kneeling, draped over the edge of the banner of this bridge, you see weeping Lord Atlas, the old elf who is the head of this house.
Oh, okay. I think Kronqual makes his way over, looks that way, probably out of instinct, and then it's like, oh, that's where I used to live. Wait a second. And I think that's when he notices and then looks back at his friends, thinks about if he should catch up, but he already knows the way how to get to Laeron, so he's going to then, and he's drawn towards, Lord Atlas, but I think he's going to also send a way warning to him that he's approaching. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe when Untak looked into his eyes through the way, I imagine he also passed the ability to, without having to talk to a Thrycreen, the ability to send an emotion. So I think utilizing what he just learned from Untak, I think he is going to then cast the emotion of, just calm and relief just for a moment, and then I think while he's going to plan it, so when that relief subsides, Kronqual just shows up in his view.
You can see his hands trembling, and he looks up to you and he wipes the side of his face. You can see how red his eyes are, and shakily he rises up on the side of the bridge on the banister. There's disbelief in his eyes when he looks at you, and for a moment, it's almost like fear.
I did not kill Caesar. I didn't kill Caesar, and that's the truth.
Kronqual, yes, of course you didn't kill Caesar. I know that. Oh,
Yes.
Kronqual.
Yes. Is everything all right? Are you safe? Where's Akasha?
I don't know. I don't know where Akasha is. And he starts to stumble towards you. He's having
to catch
trouble without his staff.
He goes to catch him and then gives him his staff.
He grips onto it. He keeps an arm on your shoulder and one hand on your staff, and kind of like looks straight up into your eyes. You can see that's not fear in his eyes. It's something more like despair.
What happened? What? Can I help?
Please, Kronqual. It's Akasha. She's gone off. I don't know where she's drawn to, but it's not her. It's not my granddaughter. Something else is inside of her. Something cruel. Something that scares me.
Ooh. All right. I have had success in ridding Rysar of a corruption in his mind. I potentially can try and do the same. Though it may be hard on me, but I am willing.
These last 20 years have been a gift to me. I never thought I would live to see my granddaughter born, let alone become the woman that she's become. Kronqual, if you can help her, I will give you anything. Anything.
Well, let's worry about Akasha first. There is nothing more you need to give me than the privilege to help my friend. Where have you last seen Akasha?
She was here. But it wasn't her. And I told her that I knew. I don't think that she's been herself for a long time, my friend. And then she left. And he raises a shaking hand and he points down the road in the opposite direction. Same direction that your companions are moving at the back of a very slow-moving throng through right now.
In the same direction?
Do you know if she was going to the mountain?
I don't know, Cronquil. But whoever she is now, whatever is inside of her, it's obsessed with power, lording over other people. It doesn't care about anyone. I'm very afraid of what it might do.
I will find Akasha, and I will see what it is I can do.
How Sereno help you? How can I help you?
Is there any way? The only way you could help me is if you knew where she was. Do you have Sarah a
Oh, hold on. I wonder if I have something I can do. A whole bunch of druid spells. Hold on. Okay, so druid craft is just weather. Looks like it. Never mind. I have nothing. Okay, fine. I will then. I don't know. I don't think Cronquil wants anything. But he will still try because he doesn't know, and I have a level in cleric, which means I have to believe. So I will go, and I think he will ask,
what may I?
And he points to the tree that's growing out of House Sereno.
It's a massive tree. It's probably, at least on this world, the largest tree that Cronquil's ever seen. Yes, the tree.
Yeah.
And he walks over to it, interested in it.
You, please, if you can keep up.
And I think he tries to help him walk with the staff. Cronquil can walk. He's more mobile than he used to be. And like he's never really needed the staff. He always just used it. There are times where he gets beaten up and he will then need it, but at this current moment he could tough it out. But he walks with Lord Atlas over to the tree and he goes,
please, I could assume that Akasha has a relationship with this tree.
Ever since she was a young girl, we would stand beneath the branches. I would tell her stories of where she came from and everything there was to know about our people. And we have spent many nights here listening to music from the market, eating dinner, talking and laughing. Yes, she loved this tree.
Tell me the story of your people.
and as he does, he's going to lean up against the tree with his hands against it, and his eyes are going to go white, and he is going to then listen to Atlas as Atlas tells a story, but he's going to focus on the image, trying to connect the wires of both the ancestral memory of this tree as well as the story that is being told so he could then, like, this is just crazy weird narrative stuff, so he could then, I guess, connect these wires and then create a link, and he is going to then, such a weird way of explaining it, so the ancestral memory of this tree and the story of Atlas are being told at the same time, and I think he wants to use Atlas's words and the images from the tree to try to branch out and find where Akasha is. He's going to focus on her face as a child. He's going to then focus on Akasha's smile, Akasha's eyes, and then he's going to try to find that again if he can, or anything that replicates that in this world, and hoping that he can tap into some of his druidic craft, and also potentially some of this, the way that he knows. We saw in episode 2 of season 1 that we went on a whole entire way walk. So I think he wants to go on a way walk right now, but he wants, instead of it being fueled by psychic energy, I would like it to be fueled by some sort of divine nature energy. If that makes any sense.
Awesome.
I really hope it does.
Okay. The Atlas begins
Try to
singing.
utilize the tree as a conduit.
Atlas reaches out a shaking hand to the bark of the tree, and he runs his hand down the tree, and he begins to sing in a shaky voice a song that you've heard before. It's in Elvish. The words mean nothing to you, but the music is the music of the first time that you met Akasha. It's the music that the elves on her ship were singing when their people were dying. And Akasha sang it too.
Song of Morning.
Song of Morning. And Cronkwall, you sang it too, even though you didn't know the words, and he sings it now. And he tells you a story. You hear the first part of it. Over 1,000 years ago, our people lived in plenty by the sea, by the ocean, the blue. We wrote songs and built great works of art. We shared everything we had with each other. There were no leaders, no kings or queens or Caesars. We had everything we needed. And then the slayer of the elves came. And he was not alone. For other defilers ravaged the world. It wasn't the water and the trees that was lost. It was the soul of all people, and Athos, the spark of hope. And ever since then, the world has wrapped its hands around the last flickering flame, protecting it. But my people still believe in a green world that we will create for ourselves. That even in death there is life. And that the last 1,000 years are a darkness that will fade and give way to the sun. And as he continues speaking, you no longer hear his words, Cronkwall. Instead, you find yourself walking through the way. And what you find yourself on is an ashen plain. Darkness all around, and it's not night darkness. It's just a thick cloud of ash. You see bodies on the ground, many of them elves. You see an old woman wielding a gnarled staff, slinging powerful spells back and forth with a figure that looks just like Caesar. You see Caesar disintegrate this woman. You see her spirit rise. She turns away from Caesar, and there you see Akasha looking back at her. They seem to be staring directly into each other's eyes. And between them, in this vision, you see a mirror. It's not a handheld mirror. It looks like it should be, but it's much larger. It's like a portal. And on either side of this mirror is this spirit of this old woman, this wizard. And on the other side, Akasha. And they're staring through it directly at each other.
I think Kronqual, I think he releases his hands off of the tree, looks at Atlas.
Thank you. I saw someone who may be I saw an old memory of a time not like this one where I saw Akasha, but in a window looking at this old wizard-looking woman. I don't know if you know who that is, or if they have any reason to. I'm sorry, it is a lot. I think I know what's happening, and I'm not entirely sure how to. I will protect.
Ethan, because he's still trying to reel and it doesn't quite understand how mirrors work or windows, but he will.
I'm going to need this. I'm sorry.
And he tries to grab the stick from him, and then he grabs with his big webbed hand. He takes Lord Atlas's shaking hand and he puts it against the tree, and goes, "I will be back." And he to like a branch of the tree, and he clasps his hand as if he was joining their two hands.
I will be back, and I will protect, and I will be back with Akasha.
And he says that as he's turned around and makes his way towards the mountain, or at least towards the direction that he pointed out.
As you break away from Lord Atlas, there's a small smile on his very wrinkled face, and in his eyes, a small flicker of hope as you rush to catch back up with your companions who are further down the road. Up above you rises the mountain. You can see the white mist that always seems to swirl around its peak, and somewhere within that mist, Kronqual, you can just barely make out the silhouette of the dragon. That's what we're going to
Kronqual.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think he stops for a moment and kind of like looks up and in a little bit of a hesitation.
That's where we'll move away from this scene and travel on up the mountain to see how things are going up there.
Sweet. Thank you. That was
Orson, you are halfway up the long, winding trail covered in silt that climbs to the top of Mount Laron. Once holy site in the years when gods were worshipped in Athos thousands of years ago. It's older than Balic. Nothing grows here. No one lives here. No one really goes here. It's a long climb. You can see up above you, continuing up the trail, Rysar and Marilla. And beyond this sort of plateau that you find yourself on, a grand view of the city of Balic from above. A view that you've never seen during the day before, only at night when you were flying to Balic recently. The gleaming ivory and golden buildings look dirty from up here. The way the sun reflects off of them is harsh. You can see the cracks in the walls. You can see the smoke rising from the sections of the city where battles have been fought. And you can see a massive cloud of silt gathering and then settling around the harbor. And even from here, from what you can see of the harbor, much of it has been destroyed. But there is a gathering of forces down there. You can't really tell if it's House Jarko, if the gladiators were successful, if they got there in time. But it looks and smells like a hard-fought victory. Dotting all around you on the sides of the trail and of the mountain, crumbled ruins, ancient buildings, temples, maybe homes. Any distinguishable marks long since smoothed by the high, hot winds that constantly wash over the mountain. You've passed through the city with your companions after everything that's happened, and it's probably been an hour, at least, traveling. And here you are in this quiet moment, your companions not aware that you're not keeping up with them. What is it that you're doing here? How would we see Horson in this moment?
Orson would have been carrying Taruk over his shoulder on the way up with his own plans on saying goodbye, sending him off, making sure that, you know, the traitor's death that maybe some believe he would deserve, that he gets something a little better. So he devises his own plan to hang back and take this route. Kind of shifty-eyed, not engaging in conversation with anyone on the way up, and he finds his moment, and on this little plateau he goes. He walks towards what looks like a ledge, you know, maybe a steep slope. Plants Taruk on the ground, props him up maybe against some rocks, and sits down beside him, references him, looks out at Balic. I've never seen it like this before. Oh, man. Really is beautiful. We got so much with the silt and the smoke. A lot of destruction down there. And he kind of disengages from the conversation with Taruk and addresses the city. I know you're hurting. I'm going to do everything I can to help out. I just need a moment. If you can spare me a moment right now, I can ensure that the rest of my moments can serve you. Turns back to Taruk. Takes a deep breath. This is not how I thought all this was going to play out. I didn't think I'd come back. But would you believe it, old friend, that Rysar saved me? He saved me, yeah. Been out of contact for so long. He sought me out. Just unbelievable. And I was filled with something like hate for you. It's so strange, because it's been building the duration of the journey, you know, and I was taking it out on the Yuan Ti for the loss of my friends. But now it has shifted and it went to you. And I thought about all the things I was going to do to you. For stabbing me in the back. For letting down all the people of Balic. I told Rysar. And he hugged me. So we went looking for you. There's a bunch of things we could have done to help, but I was hell-bent on tearing you limb from limb. And we found you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I wanted it so bad. And I saw you got your ass handed to you by Merila. You know, and now I'm glad it happened that way. Because given a moment to deal the final blow, I don't think I would have had the heart to do it. Not after everything we've been through. It was hard living on my block, you know. Because all the kids like me. They like working with me. The shopkeepers gave me discounts. They'd still ask about you. So even in my retirement, I couldn't get out of your shadow. I was okay with it. You had the better career. You know, you deserve that. People loved you. I did too. When I kind of stepped away from House Jarko, I knew it was in good hands, because you could do what I could not. You could rub elbows with the powerful and the wealthy, and they look at you all the fonder. When I tried to engage with them, looked down their noses at me. I was dirty, I was filthy. You were better equipped for that, so naturally I felt it should go to you. I stepped back, sought peace, spent some time with my wife, who has helped me in so many ways. I lost so much for this favor. And I know I owed you, but I didn't owe you this much. I lost a fierce rival in Baru. You know that, I told you. I heard. I lost an old friend in Gulag. He didn't deserve his fate, but you were his boss, and you were responsible, and you sent him out there. That's on you. I lost a new friend in Ebo. So much potential. He could grow things where no one else could. We lost countless poor who couldn't afford to hide in houses or didn't have armed guards. The deaths are on you. What hurts the most for me? I lost my hero. I never got to say it to you, but you're my hero. And I couldn't let them do anything bad to you. That's why I wouldn't have been able to deal the final blow if given a chance. You remember when we were training? Like, when we were young. Our old mold instructor, Eminqua. That old bag. I don't remember much about the technique. But the first thing I remember about my training was this. She sat us down. In the beginning, a couple of weeks maybe. We had a real bad day of training. She was real disappointed. And she said this. Every man, every gladiator has two deaths. When he's buried in the ground, and the last time someone says their name. Marilla took the first one. I deserved it. But that second one, it's my responsibility. You betrayed the city. No one's gonna know. No one's gonna know anything you've ever done. Except me. And a couple of us. And that hurts. That hurts so bad. You deserve better. But you let everybody down. How much of this could have been prevented if you'd have been looking out for us, who had your back, instead of selling us out to the UNT? Huh? No sense in getting mad now. I'm sorry, old friend. This city belongs to the meek now. And it needs saving. And he'll get up, he'll grab his body by where the arm meets the torso, lift him up a little, take off his intricate robes, set him back down, fold them up ever so delicately, precisely. Something you would never see Horson try to do with anything else. And then he'll put that under his arm, grab him by the same spot, drag him back, and lay him down on the rocks. Put his arms over his chest. He'll get down on one knee and put his hand gently on the opposite side of his jaw and lean over and kiss him on the forehead. Get back up. Place Taruk's robes on his chest. Then he will take off the wrist wraps of his right hand, bunch them up, fold them up pretty precisely, set them on top of the robes. And then he's going to stand back. He's going to close his eyes. He's going to hold his hands up. And he's going to use his psychic ability, Psychic Spark, to set the wrist wraps on fire. And he's going to stand there with his arms crossed in front of him, pained. As the fire slowly starts to spread.
You can see Orson as Taruk's fur begins to burn away. Those silken robes begin to burn around his neck, underneath of his robes. Dark iron medallion. One that he won a long time ago in one of the many decade-long championship gladiatorial tournaments. He won 3 of them in his career. One with his partner Gulag, one with his partner Ntak, and one with you. And he only wears one right now. You recognize it as the one that he won when the two of you fought side by side in the Criterion. The fire is licking up his body, burning away. Up above him, on a little cliff hanging over him, you see a small flock of 7. They look like, sort of like turkey vultures, but a little more lizard-like. They're all peering down at his body as the smell is now wafting up, eyeing his corpse.
He'll walk over to them and shoo them off. Hey, get out of here! Can't you see I'm trying to have a fucking moment? And he'll keep pestering them until they fly away.
They do.
Chuck a rock. And then he observes as he lets all of the good memories of Taruk burn away with the clothes, with the wrist wrap, with the body of Taruk himself. And then as the fire dies down, he'll start to walk away. And just as he gets to the entrance of the plateau, he'll stop, shake his arm. You can obviously see he's being indecisive, and turn around and reach his hand back into the embers to grab that medallion.
It's hot to the touch. The rope, the hemp that would have tied it around his neck is burned away. It's just the iron now, scorched and marred.
He'll turn back to the burning corpse and say, "Now, I'm going to be the man you're supposed to be." And then walk back on the road and try to catch up with everyone else.
The wind howls, whipping across your face as you push back up this very steep climb towards the top of Mount Laeron. You can see your companions have stopped a little way up the road where it bends and then climbs again, and are looking back at you. And above them, the very peak of the mountain, still some way away, a great green light shines out. And that greenness, that alien hue, it subsumes the warmth of the sun. It subsumes the color, the oranges and reds that dominate the sky in Athos. It turns the sky green. And as it washes over you, it comes with a deep, bone-chilling cold. But that is where we're going to end our session for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out for our second episode of our 3-episode mega finale. Bill, that monologue, I wasn't ready for that. We have one more gigantic finale. We're going to see everybody come together, and I'm just so grateful for all of you watching at home, wherever you're watching from, sharing, taking part in our story with us. It means an awful lot to us. Real quick, I want to shout out our sponsors, Lambert House, Dark Dice, Level Up Dice, Wormwood Gaming, and of course Warriors of Waterdeep, which is a great, fun D&D mobile phone game. Check out the links in chat if you're watching live, or down in YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, you can get some freebies for them, and it's a great way to pass the time and play some D&D on your phone. But in the meantime, friends, thank you all very, very much, and I cannot wait to see how our tale in Dark Sun ends next week. Good night, everybody.